Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, August 12th, 2024. Commissioners' Court is meeting in regular open session. Commissioner Olguin, would you like to introduce this morning's pledge group?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am very happy to be able to welcome Miss Sandra Chavez's third grade class from Capistrano Elementary School in the Isleta Independent School District. They will be leading us in the pledge this morning. Good morning, students.
Good morning. Welcome.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Great job. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
And I just want to thank Miss Chavez and all of the admin team there at Capistrano. Y'all are always so wonderful. We love having you join us. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a wonderful day. You look excited. Thank you.
Next, we'll receive an invocation from Pastor Anthony Bedoya from Calvary Chapel, Sun City.
Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning. Again, good morning, Judge Samaniego, commissioners. Let's pray. Lord, we thank you, first of all, for putting us on the wake-up list this morning. Father God, I ask that you bless Judge Samaniego, Commissioner Holguin, Commissioner Leon, Commissioner Coronado, and Commissioner Stout with great wisdom to make decisions that reflect what you would want and what would benefit the constituents of El Paso. Bless them with courage and boldness to make the decisions that would bring you great honor and glory. I pray that they would be more concerned with what you think and how the decisions they make will impact our community. That they would remember that one day, like all of us, they will give an account to you for the decisions they make at these meetings. Lord, you are invited into this room and into this building. I pray your presence would be felt. Humble those that need to be humbled and lift up those that need to be lifted. Lord, we see the division taking place daily in our nation. The only cure is you. I pray all would invite you back into our homes, schools, and our government. You are the only cure for what is taking place. And as long as you are rejected and we celebrate sin, it's only going to get worse. I pray this nation would not put their faith in a donkey or an elephant, but their faith would be placed in the Lamb. Man, woman, or political party cannot get us out of this turmoil we are currently in. Only you can. Help this nation find peace in you. There is a perfect peace that's available the moment we surrender our lives to you. If we are fighting against God, there will be no peace. But there is also such a thing as the peace of God. Some have made their peace with God, but they don't experience the peace of God. Their life is still in chaos. The peace of God comes when your life rests fully in his hands. You stop looking at your problems and instead look to the Lord. Let the peace of God rule in your hearts. It's a peace that surpasses all understanding. 1 John chapter 1, verses 15 through 17 say, "Do not love the world or the things in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world. And this world is passing away, and the lust of it. But he who does the will of God abides forever." In order to have peace of God, you need to make peace with God. Our nation needs to make peace with God. God bless El Paso, God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Lord, we love you, and we thank you for the ultimate sacrifice you made for us on that cross. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
Always welcome.
Thank you. God bless all of you.
God bless you too.
Judge, do you have some opening remarks for us this morning?
Yes, thank you. On behalf of the commissioners and myself, we welcome you here today. I feel such energy, such great individuals here today. We have some great resolutions. And just want to thank you for that, for being here and being part of the government and what we go through. Some very important items that are on our agenda today. And so we thank you for being here. I was just thinking of the Olympics and how they come together in this beautiful kind of unity that we saw in the Olympics as they were closing. And I think it's a great vision that we are capable of coming together. We are capable of being united. And I think El Paso always strives for that unity. And so very proud of the community and everything that they do. The resolutions sort of show a little bit of that evidence of us wanting to recognize individuals and organizations that contribute to El Paso and its community. So once again, gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Back to you, Cesar.
Thank you, Judge. This morning, we're joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Stephanie Michelle. Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4AC. We would like to read in a correction for item number 4R from the County Administration Department. Item number 4R should read, approve and authorize the single source purchase for a comprehensive evaluation of the El Paso County Sheriff's Crisis Intervention Team performed by Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute of San Antonio, Texas, in the total amount of $200,000. Funds are available in special grant, American Rescue Plan 21 operating expense. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 262.024A7A, as a single source item, it is exempt from the provisions of the County Purchasing Act. Single source will be reevaluated at the time of new contract to ensure compliance with statute. Are there any other items that members of the court or public would like to pull for individual discussion from the consent agenda?
Judge, I don't want to pull an item, but I do just want to point out to Mr. Sarah and to Betsy, so item D, it looks like we're missing the backup. The chart for the budget adjustment 37 isn't in item D. They're there for E and F for 38 and 39, but not D. So I'm wondering if we could maybe add that.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We'll get it added to the backup.
Okay. Commissioner, no? Any others? I'm not, move to approve?
We have a motion from Commissioner Coronado and a second from Commissioner Leon. The voting is open. And motion carries.
Thank you, Cesar.
Item number 5A from resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing August 2024 as Child Support Awareness Month in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner Leon.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My voice might sound a little scratchy. If I shook your hand this morning, I do not have COVID. Hopefully it's just the allergies, but I'll try to get through this. I know Mr. Stanley Bratton, are you out? If you don't mind waiting at the podium there while I read the resolution. And I'm very proud to be able to read this into the record. Whereas El Paso County recognizes that every child matters and joins the nation in recognizing August as Child Support Awareness Month. Whereas strengthening individuals and families is crucial for ensuring the safety and well-being of children, as well as providing economic stability and improving their lives, while also offering opportunities for families to secure their children's future. And whereas El Paso County proudly recognizes and extends its gratitude to parents who consistently make child support payments, thus ensuring the security and well-being of their children. Whereas child support services plays a pivotal role in helping families meet their children's basic needs. And whereas the dedicated efforts of child support professionals are indispensable to the county as they work in collaboration with parents and partners to ensure families receive high-quality support services. And whereas increasing public awareness about the importance of child support services through outreach and education is essential in affirming the responsibility of all parents to provide financial, emotional, and physical support for their children. And whereas Child Support Awareness Month serves as a reminder for all El Paso County residents to come together with child support professionals to forge a stable and promising future for our children and our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court declares the month of August 2024 as Child Support Awareness Month in the County of El Paso, Texas. Signed this 12th day of August 2024.
We have a motion from Commissioner Leon and a second from Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. And motion carries.
And Brian,
Right.
thank you, and your team, thank you so much for being here this morning. I am on the board, as you may be aware of, and so proud to be involved with professionals like you that really make a difference when parents have problems with each other. And that's the I think the magic word, problems with each other, not the child. What a difference a team like yours makes in our world. So, Brian, the podium is yours.
Good morning.
Good
Thank
morning,
you,
Brian.
Commissioners, and thank you very much, Commissioner Leon, for bringing this before the court this morning. I'm Brian Stanley. I'm with the Domestic Relations Office. I'm so very proud of my team that we have up here and the rest that's back in the office. This year, we're on track to collect over $18 million for children here in El Paso County. This is a new record for us. I'd like to read something that President Clinton wrote on the 20th anniversary of Child Support Awareness Day. Providing for our children is one of humanity's worthiest and most fundamental endeavors. Children are the best part of ourselves, the sum of our past and the promise of our future, the guarantee that our lives and our values and our dreams will flourish long after we are gone. Sadly, however, many parents in our country today deny the instinct to care for their children, failing to provide even the most basic economic support. Millions of American children have no legal identified father. Millions do not receive financial support they need to lead a secure and healthy life. He stated that in 1995. During that year, they were celebrating 20 years of having child support established as a federal organization, and they had collected $75 billion over 20 years. This last year alone, child support nationwide has collected almost $30 billion in 1 year. So I'm very proud of the work that my office does in providing efficient and timely services in child support for El Paso County and the residents.
Thank you, Brian. You mind
Certainly. If
introduce
everyone
themselves?
Can
Yeah,
introduce
please.
themselves.
Yes,
Morning, Bertha Ruiz, Supervisor for the Customer Support Division.
thank you.
Leticia Villanueva, I'm with case initiation clerk.
Good morning, my name is Crystal Amador. I'm an Admin Specialist Intermediate for the Customer Support Division.
Good morning. My name is Crystal Fuentes. I'm the paralegal for the Domestic Relations Office.
Good morning. I'm Gil Muniz. I'm with the Child Support Officer, and I've been there for 13 years with the DRO.
Douglas Knaut, Senior Trial Attorney for the El Paso County Domestic Relations Office. I'm just here on my second year, but it is a wonderful place to work at a great county to work in.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Natalie Macias, and I'm the trial attorney for the Domestic Relations Office.
Thank you.
I am Ricardo Mendoza. I'm the Child Support Enforcement Officer. I've been with Domestic Relations for more than 15 years. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And Brian, you know, your passion is always very out there and obvious about what you're trying to accomplish. You have an amazing team. If I go back to my mental health years, the impact that a parent has to go through by not having the economic support that is required has such an impact on the families, on the community, on the mental health, because, you know, if they're not able to survive economically and be able to do the things most children are able to do that have that kind of support, really impacts their emotional growth and development as well. So what you do is not just sort of limited to getting the money to the parents that should get it, but also the impact that you make on the lives and the emotional well-being of so many children and parents. So we thank you. You know, I know Commissioner Leon is extremely supportive of this resolution, and so are we. We're very excited about what you're trying to accomplish to help our community be better and live better. So Brian, thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, before you sit down, I was at a store this weekend behind a lady with a couple of kids, and I guess it's tax-free weekend, and I could tell she was buying all the stuff for the kids to go back to school, and it hit me because I knew I was going to have this this week, how important it is for both parents to contribute to the welfare of their children. And it just struck me that it's so important. And this county especially also has what we call the scoff law. If a parent is trying to register his or her car and hasn't paid child support, they're not going to allow him until he takes care of his children first instead of himself or herself. So you all do great work, and we just can't tell you how much it means to us through the children in our community. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution declaring August 17th, 2024 as El Paso Branch NAACP Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Good morning, everybody. Before I start, I want to say a couple of words, but we have some members of the NAACP here, Carl Dwyer, Diane Williams. I think I saw Tiffany Hopper back there, and Pastor Maxwell. Welcome. So I just wanted to point out that if you go to the webpage for the NAACP Texas State Conference, it states the following. It says, consistently organizing and financing landmark civil rights lawsuits, the Texas NAACP became an important component of the national organization. The state's first chapter, established in El Paso in 1915, was joined by 4 new branches in 1918. So, you know, I'm not sure if a lot of people are aware that the organization's first chapter in the state of Texas was here in our community. And that's just such a great honor, I think, for this community. And this coming Saturday, August 17th, Casey Thomas, the first vice president of the Texas NAACP, will be the keynote speaker at the Freedom Fund banquet at the Fort Bliss Centennial Club and Conference Center. And the theme this year is Show Up to Vote. And what an important theme to be, especially at this time. As stated by the organizers, it underlines the pivotal role of voting in our society, making the event a must-attend for all who value their civic duty. The event supports the NAACP's civil rights initiatives. Their mission is to secure equality and eliminate race-based information. So I say amen to that. And so with that, I will read the resolution and I'd love to hear from y'all. Thank you. The resolution states, whereas on February 12th, 1909, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, was founded by a multiracial group of citizens with the objective of ensuring the political, educational, social, and economic equality of African Americans. And whereas the NAACP, the nation's oldest civil rights organization, through its commitment toward removing all barriers of racial discrimination, utilizing democratic processes, has positively changed America's history. And whereas the El Paso branch, NAACP Unit 6175, established in 1914, is the oldest NAACP branch in the state of Texas, has generated positive change in El Paso's history and continues to persevere. And whereas on August 17, 2024, the El Paso branch Unit 6175 NAACP is hosting its annual Freedom Fund banquet to celebrate its achievements, to recognize the contributions of community members to the work of civil rights, to raise funds necessary to accomplish its goals, and to provide scholarship to outstanding youth. And now therefore be it resolved that August 17, 2024 shall be known as El Paso Branch NAACP Day, signed this 12th day of August 2024, the Honorable County Commissioners Court.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout and a second from Commissioner Leon. The voting is open. The motion carries.
The floor is yours.
Carl,
Whoever would like to start. Mr.
welcome.
Dwyer.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you for having us, and thank you for this resolution supporting the El Paso branch of the NAACP. We really appreciate it. As Commissioner Stout has already stated in his opening comments, our theme this weekend at our annual banquet is Show Up to Vote. And if anybody knows the importance of people showing up to vote, it's the 5 people that are sitting in front of me that have ran for elections in the past. Dr. Lawrence A. Nixon established this chapter with that just in mind, the right to vote and people coming out to vote. We're inviting our first vice president, as you said, Casey Thomas, back out for the second time in 6 months. We'd like to try to pull him to El Paso and anybody from the executive board as many times as we can so that they can get to know El Paso. And we look forward to having the entire state and all units come back within the next year or two as we look to host the annual state conference here in El Paso. So we look forward to bringing everyone to El Paso. So I'm going to shut up now because I do want to give a couple other people that have showed up this morning, taking time out of their busy schedules, as you see, all members behind me, and I want them to come up and introduce themselves and say a few words also. But again, thank you for your support.
Before you continue, just want to recognize Carl and everything that he did for our veterans and continues to do for our veterans. So we're very appreciative, Carl, of your amazing effort to continue to push forward on the being the Veterans Capital of the USA.
Thank you, Judge, and happy Veterans Day.
Happy Veterans Day. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Diane Williams, and I am the Vice President and the Chairperson for the Freedom Fund Banquet. One of the reasons that we chose Show Up to Vote is because here in El Paso, we do a very good job of registering people to vote, but not getting people to the polls. So we wanted to make our focus for people to make sure that they not only register, but that they actually come to the polls and vote. And so I would also like to thank you for supporting this, for giving us this resolution, and that we can use the funds that we're going to raise at our Freedom Fund Banquet for our scholarships and to continue our programs. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sierra Archibald. I am the Young Adult Chair at the NAACP chapter out here. My job here is really to get the younger generation out and participating and being a pillar in their communities.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Taffany Hopper. I'm the Communications Chair for ACP El Paso branch, and I echo what Diane said for showing up to vote. And my job is to ensure that everybody shows up to the Freedom Fund campaign, also to follow us on social media, and just let people know about what NAACP El Paso branch is doing for everybody in the community, and to encourage everybody to get involved with NAACP. So if you want to get involved, let me know. If you want to follow us on Facebook, is El Paso NAACP El Paso branch, and we also have Instagram. And we're also going to be announcing our new and improved website at the Freedom Fund Banquet. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pastor Grady.
Hello, Pastor Grady.
Yes, my name is
Welcome.
Pastor Michael Grady, and I want to thank you for this resolution. Thank you for seeing the need to speak truth to power in this very critical season as we continue to get out the vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor.
And Judge, I want to introduce this next gentleman because he won't say it, but I will share it. Our Religious Affairs Chairman, nobody that you're not familiar with. He's been here before, Pastor Artie C. Maxwell. And yesterday, he celebrated, Mount Zion celebrated his 7th pastoral anniversary at Mount Zion Baptist Church. So, Reverend Maxwell.
Welcome.
I'll just say good morning to each of you, and I'm grateful to God to be here this morning. I serve as the Religious Affairs Chairperson, which I help to assist with all of our religious community understand our purpose and to ensure that we are doing what we need to do in this effort of bringing justice and helping people to understand the importance of being able to vote and to be able to share in the community ideas. So again, good morning.
Thank you, Pastor. You know, you said something really important, and that is that you're helping the entire community. And I know that people might not realize what happens when we have a low voting turnout, the impact that it has, the lack of attention that we get from our governor, from the state. If they don't feel that we're capable of making a difference through our vote, we get ignored quite a bit. And we've heard that for many years. You know, why should I pay attention to El Paso? You know, they don't vote. And which this is a way we make sure that we get the right people is by voting and making sure that the vote changes, you know, people's opinion and that we do get the best out of every elected official. But all of you, I want to thank you because each one of you just do some incredible things on your own. I know Pastor Grady, his commitment to our community. Michelle, thank you as much for the courage. And we missed you, but we know that you were in a different situation. But you're so much a part of what happened, the Walmart and moving the community forward. Pastor, thank you for everything that you do. But each one of you, thank you for your commitment, not only to this organization, but like you said, it has such an impact on everybody else, and that we should get more involved in a better understanding of your organization. So once again, from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure each one of the commissioners, thank you for your commitment to our community. Commissioner Stout?
Well, just want to thank you all once again for doing this and bringing attention to the need to vote. Here in El Paso County, over the last couple of presidential elections, we've seen increases in the number of people that have come out to vote. We marked the highest voter turnout in 2020, even though we had the pandemic going on. We had 55% voter participation. That's still low, but it's the highest that we've had in El Paso County. And then the next legislative session, the leadership of the state legislature came and took away us being able to send out mail-in ballots to everybody. They took away curbside voting. They took away extended hours at polling places. All of these things that are meant to keep black and brown people from voting. It's a huge issue, and so it's even more important, I think, this time around, even though we've had those tools taken away from us, to get even more people out to vote. And so thank you so much for bringing light to that and encouraging this community to beat that record. Thank you so much. And let's take a picture with the resolution.
Commissioner, last thing I'd like to say, there are many
Commissioner
that
Leon.
couldn't be here with us today, and our executive body and our general membership, so we want to thank them too. And Commissioner Stout, once again, I'd like to thank you for the resolution, and also thank she couldn't be here today, Ms. Weeza Davis, for working with your office to get this done, our legal redress chairwoman. Thank you very much.
Lisa is amazing, and I thank her for all her advocacy as well.
Commissioner Leon?
Yes, thank you. Pastor Grady, you're a friend of mine on Facebook. Man, where do you get that energy? Every time I open the page, you're here, you're there. I'm so proud of you. But I remember when I turned 18, a couple years back, that I was...
It's not funny.
I was... Yeah, no, I noticed. I didn't either. I was so excited with the ability to vote. What a tremendous right we have. And that we don't take advantage of it here, like the judge said, here in El Paso. But in the coming weeks, in the next couple of months, we're going to have some real critical issues before the voters, and we want them to participate, whether it's yes, no, whatever their decision, but it's their decision, not ours. So that's why I'm so proud of what you're doing, that you're going to make a difference on maybe 1,000 votes that'll swing one thing one way or the other. So congratulations, and thank you for having the energy to be able to make these kind of things happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Cinta de Oro and his team for giving back to the El Paso County community.
Thank you. It's my privilege. Cinta, you want to come up to the podium? Every one of you, come up. Monica?
Yes, sir. Pónganse aquí.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. I'm very privileged. People contribute to our community in so many ways, and one of them, what you've done and everything that you've accomplished, the excitement. I see all the children, the role modeling. It's been amazing to be part of it. And so I want to read this into the record. Whereas Cinta de Oro, formerly known as Wrestler Sin Cara, was born and raised in Segundo Barrio, El Paso, Texas, Cinta de Oro is one of the few El Pasoans to receive a contract with World Wrestling Entertainment, which happens to be one of the largest entertainment companies in the world. Where Cinta de Oro's dedication to excellence was evident even throughout high school years, he achieved the remarkable feat of becoming the 1996 Texas State Wrestling Champion with a record of 35-0 in his senior year at Burgess High School and was voted the most outstanding wrestler in the state of Texas. And where Cinta de Oro is a 4-time world champion and has held titles such as World Champion, World Wrestling Association, 3-time International Open, Challenge World Championship, 2-time Florida Championship Wrestling Tag Team Championship, and 1-time NXLT World Tag Team Champion. He was recognized as El Paso's first Wrestling and Lucha Libre Hall of Fame inductee in 2023. Cinta de Oro also received the Icon Award in 2023 and El Paso Wrestling Hall of Fame inductee in 2017. And where Cinta de Oro's inspirational journey, as depicted in his memoir, El Verdadero Campeonato, serves as a beacon of hope and perseverance for individuals facing adversity. Whereas his profound impact on the borderland has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the Sun City, its people, and future generations, recognizing him as a true champion both in and out of the ring. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby recognize August 12th as a Cinta de Oro Day in recognition of his outstanding achievements in sports, entertainment, and his exceptional career as a luchador. Signed this 12th day of August, 2024.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. And the motion carries.
Please, you honor us with your words. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very excited. I'm blessed to be here this morning, and it's a dream come true, to be honest. You know, when I was a little kid, a couple of blocks from here, we used to play. I used to love wrestling since I was a little kid, and being able to work in the biggest company in the world for 10 years was a blessing. I got to travel the world. I got to see many things, and now I wrote a book. In that book, I wrote a little bit of my experience as a young man, how to never give up, to always continue your pursuit of happiness and your pursuit of your dreams and everything that you have in your mind. And I think sometimes we put in a stigma in ourselves when we are from a certain place. A lot of people think that when I was working for WWE that I was living in another place. I've always lived here. When I was signed by the company, I went to live to Florida for a couple of years. And as soon as I could, I moved back because I love El Paso. I love this community. So for me, it was very important to be able to get back now in this part of my career. I'm celebrating 25 years as a professional wrestler.
Wow.
This year. So it was an honor as everything came about. When Monica told me when we had you as a guest in our show, it was an honor for us to be able to be here today. And I'm just blessed. You know, it's one of those days that I don't, when you were reading all that stuff, it's like, man, like, I don't believe it yet, you know.
that was me.
But it's awesome to be able to now have something to show my kids. You know, I love my family. I love my kids. Obviously, it's been something that since I was a little kid, my parents were very important part of it. My mom, my dad, they were always very supportive. I remember my mom used to buy me shoes without my dad knowing because I was going to play baseball or I was going to play football or something else just to help me out. But, you know, it's been a blessing to be able to now have this proclamation. I want to thank you. I want to thank everybody here for giving me the opportunity, and I want to continue, you know, I want to continue working. I want to continue helping out the community and doing amazing things here in El Paso.
Well, thank you very much. You're sure you didn't go to Jefferson, right? Because I know that
No,
Jacob's enthroned back there is glowing like.
I went to Burgess High School. I was a state champ for Burgess High School.
Yeah, Jacob's enthroned went to Burgess. And he's over there. He's smiling so big that I could. He radiates over here. We have a battle. We have a battle going on about Jefferson and Burgess. He was supposed to go to Jefferson, but he didn't make the cut, and we sent him to
Well,
Burgess.
actually, the funny thing that I used to live closer to Jefferson than from Burgess because I used to live on A16 Reynolds, so it was just across the freeway. So once you cross the freeway, the I-10, you have to go to Burgess. So
that was.
I ended up going to Burgess. Yes.
He said that they were busing all the handsome men to Burgess, but I'm still he's still confusing me with that comment. So, Monica, you've been such an integral part of this promotion, and thank you for everything you do, the way you organize things. So,
absolutely. My name is Monica Acevedo, and I am talent management for Cinta de Oro. And of course, I've been around everybody here, get involved in the community. he is such an inspiration. Everything he's done, his life story, and he continues to give. So most definitely deserves Cinta de Oro Day, and I appreciate you guys, every single one of you, for supporting as well, because it does take a community. And for our youth also to know that anything is possible and dreams can be achieved.
Thank you, Monica. Cito, you want to introduce your guest today?
Oh yeah, this is my father. He's not gonna say it, but he has a master's degree in law in Mexico, and then he has a degree here in the United States as a funeral director and embalmer. So he has 2 careers in 2 different countries.
Thank you.
My brother is a big nerd. He's an electrical engineer, Richard Arriaga. And Karen, my girlfriend. My mom, she's been working for the school districts for many, many years as a bus driver. ¿Cuántos años tiene trabajando ya? 20 years as a bus driver. And my sister too, she couldn't make it. Diana, my sister-in-law, she's a teacher here in El Paso. So I think all of us give to the community, and I'm just excited for them to be here today and spend this time with me, you know, to understand that all my hard work, everything that they did for me, it paid off. So I'm very, very, very happy about that.
We're very proud of you, and exceptionally proud of you. And I know you'll continue to do some great things, and you're an incredible role model, you know, from being so successful and continuing your career, but always giving back to the community. So, de nuevo, felicidades, and thank you for everything.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And I want to thank my family. I want to thank God, everybody, for this amazing proclamation. And I don't know what to say anymore. You know, I just want to thank everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. He didn't go to Jeff, but he's a fox, so, you know, same thing.
Item number 6 is public comment. We have 3 speakers this morning. First, we'd like to start out with Ms. Elizabeth Crawford. And for the public's notification, public comment is limited to 5 minutes. Everybody is timed. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning. When I was in high school, we used to get and give rides to our neighbor Steven. He was in my sister's grade. Steven grew up in a tough situation. He was a very bitter teenager. One day, we were in his car coming home from band practice, and I found what appeared to be a pamphlet with the gospel. I was excited because it seemed like a clear gospel presentation. But I was sickened when I read the later pages full of hatred against Black people. I later realized it was white supremacy propaganda. I was in shock. This was the Northeast. We all grew up together there, all different backgrounds, and I had only read about the KKK in history books. El Paso has been in mourning over the diabolical overtures of atrocity. We are reminded of the effect that ideology can have in our lives. As we watch the circus of the upcoming election and the vicious speech escalates on both sides of the aisle, Democrat and Republican, and as we face this upcoming election, we need to be reminded of the words of Christ in the book of Matthew. Whosoever shall say to his brother, Raka, which means empty-headed or stupid, shall be in danger of the council. But whosoever shall say, thou fool, shall be in danger of hellfire. Belittling, unnecessary, cruel words on both sides. There's been a recent uproar over remarks about, quote, childless cat ladies. But there is something far more subtle and far more dangerous. Internationally, worldwide in August, there's a celebration of Child Free Day, International Child Free Day. There's certainly a level of freedom in singleness or in being married without kids, but to declare it as Child Free Day is not correct. Part of the freedom of not having one's own children is the freedom to enjoy other children with family, among friends, in the community, and so on. The Latino culture has for decades, for centuries, viewed children as a blessing, as a joy. Secular American culture has been pushing hard on the idea that a child is a burden, pregnancy is a disease, and therefore abortion is health care. I recently spent time with Donna, a lady who had one of the worst possible situations, life situations to be pregnant in. She showed up at the abortion center. By God's grace, she changed her mind. Little Gabrielle is now 7 years old. And Donna recently said to me, she lights up our home. I can't believe I was going to abort this child. We as a nation have turned our backs on a basic principle of God's holy word. Psalm 127 declares, lo, children are a heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Thank you. Hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Pedro Cera.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners. Can you all hear me?
Good morning, Pedro.
How's it going, sir? Well, I'm out here in Las Vegas right now. I just, like I told you guys, I was coming over to the event of Masters of the Ageless, and I fought. I had to fight 2 times in order to go to finals, and my first fight, I won very decently. And I took the fight of the night. And the second fight, but I also got an injury at the end of that fight. One of my muscles in my left arm, my ligaments were torn, and the doctor didn't want to let me fight for the final. So I convinced them, and they let me fight. And I was so close to being disqualified for injury, but he let me go on, and I won the tournament. But against all odds, because nobody believed me that I could do it. I did it. I'm the first El Paso boxer in history to ever fight a Masters tournament, and right now, at the moment, it's like I heard somebody else. This time it's boxing, sports, and wrestling. So I'm the first boxer to ever compete in a tournament like this in El Paso. The first one to ever compete with a disability blindness in one eye. The first ever to compete to win a tournament with this disability. and I also took the fight of the tournament. So I made a Paso proud today. Go ahead, sir. So today yesterday we represented El Paso, and we came out on top. So I guess we're in the spotlight again. So thank you everybody for the people who criticized me. That made me stronger. The people who doubted me, now I can prove otherwise. Now I did it, and I did it my way. And thank God, I'm alive, I'm well, and healthy. And thank you guys for the support. And I'll be there next Monday, and we're back to the same old thing. It took me just 24 years to get here. Imagine, I'm not gonna give up on my services, but we need to do something about it. And today, it's just celebration that we did something good in the community, in the boxing community. Thank you all. Okay, Judge.
Thank you, Pedro. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice one. Bye.
You too.
Next, we have Ray Sarabia.
Mr. Sarabia, you're muted right now. Mr. Sarabia, if you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Welcome.
Yes. Thank you so much. My name's Ray Sarabia, and I'm here with Mr. Sim Diaz, who's the CEO of Mountain Star Federal Credit Union. Good morning. And the reason that we're here is to inform you that we're going to have a Mariachi Festival September the 14th from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Socorro Independent School District at the Athletic Complex at 1300 Joe Battle. We're going to utilize the new complex that they just opened up, and we're going to have mariachi bands from all over the El Paso metropolitan area, high school bands participate in providing and showing the talent that we have here in the El Paso metropolitan area. This display of the tremendous talent that we have is going to be broadcast throughout Doña Ana County, El Paso County, and Ciudad Juarez. And we're asking that perhaps the Commissioner's Court would like to assist in providing this entertainment to the residents of El Paso County free of charge. The only thing that would be required is perhaps you can go high-tech or low-tech, and that is provide a screen so that when we broadcast this Mariachi Festival, people can enjoy it at their own neighborhood parks, have a picnic, have a couple of drinks, and have a great time, all for free. And so what we're asking the different counties to do is to provide a screen at the different parks that they would like to present this to. And the screen could be simply as a blanket, a large blanket that can be hung in the different parks so that people can enjoy the mariachi music. So it's really very low cost to the county and to the cities that are going to participate in this. However, if you want to make it higher tech and provide those giant screens, that'd be up to the counties and the cities that are participating in this. I already had the Ciudad Juarez is going to go ahead and broadcast this at the Chamizal park that they have on the other side. And hopefully I will get all the cities and commissioners of the different counties to go ahead and provide this entertainment free of charge by just putting up a large blanket so we can broadcast the music to the communities. And so I thank you for taking this under consideration. Again, it's going to take place September the 14th from 5 to 9 p.m. And I'm at your disposal if there's anything that you would like us to do to bring this about. Do I have any questions?
No, thank you, Ray. Appreciate this information.
Thank you so much.
And
God bless you all.
we'll ask Betsy if you could sort of follow up and see how we could support Ray in this initiative. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
God bless you all.
Likewise.
We have one more speaker that signed up. We have Mr. Jose Landeros.
Betsy's nervous. She gave me a look.
I'm nervous.
Why is Jose Landeros here?
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros speaking in my capacity as a board member for the El Paso Area Transportation Services Local Government Corporation, or the LGC. This is the agency that the county is a part of and has led the efforts to continue to expand public transit service in some of our most needy parts of the community. I'm happy to announce that with the court's support, we were able to move forward in the board's vision of hiring a transit director, an interim transit director, while we continue to the full recruitment for our new transit director in the near future. And so I wanted to take this chance to introduce Mr. Javier Bañanes, a gentleman whose service to the community means he doesn't really need an introduction, but I wanted to let you know today is his first day. He'll be working diligently on this effort over the next several months. Mr. Bañanes?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Landeros. I look forward to this adventure, to this position as interim director of transit operations for El Paso Area Transportation Services. The board is represented by individuals from like Horizon City, Anthony, Vinton, San Elizario, Clint. I believe those are the 5 entities that are represented in the board, along with the County of El Paso, also spearheaded by the chairperson, Commissioner Leon. So I look forward to this opportunity to work with the county and join an excellent team. Has a difficult responsibility, and they provide a great service, and that, of course, is to provide transportation services to older adults, persons with disabilities, and the general public. In that capacity, I'll certainly be working very closely with other entities that provide transportation here within the county, including San Metro, South Central Regional Transit District, and of course the El Paso Planning Committee funded by TxDOT. So I look forward to the opportunity, and I'm sure I'll be sharing information as it develops with you as well.
Thank you, Javier. I knew you were not going to stay away when you said you were going to retire. This is an amazing gentleman, quite a great background for what he's going to be doing. I think it's just an amazing hire. And when you said you were going to retire, I knew the community would be less fortunate, but now you're back. So we thank you for that.
That's why the word interim is so important.
Oh,
He's emphasized that every time.
I know. I'm sorry, just take that interim off, okay? No, thank you, Javier. It's such a pleasure working with you and everything that you do for the community in every dimension, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Javier.
Thank you.
What item was that?
Cesar, can we jump quickly to the board appointment, item 8A, before we do the presentations from UMC, so we can...
And Betsy, you wanted to also include...
Yes, sir. We also have someone here for item 13B for us to accept the donation.
Okay, so if we could do those two, sis, before we continue.
Yes, sir. One
Thank
moment. Okay, item number 8A, board appointments. Approve the appointment of Commissioner Stout's nominee, Guillermo Silva, to the El Paso County Civil Service Commission for the unexpired 2-year term ending May 13th, 2026.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Michelle Cochran with County Administration. Mr. Silva has completed all of the requirements to be appointed to this board, Commissioner Stout.
Commissioner Stout?
Thank you. Judge and Commissioners, I don't know if Mr. Silva's online. I know he was going to try to get on, but just wanted to remind you who Mr. Silva is. I know that many of you have probably met him over the years. He worked for many years for our electric company, and you've probably seen him at many other community events as well. I ran into him recently, and we were talking about his retirement, and he had taken some time off. He was taking care of a family member, and said that he wanted to get back into providing volunteer service here in the community. And I thought that he would be a good candidate for this commission. He has years of experience representing one of the largest companies in El Paso, understands local government, understands HR issues very well. He was a vice president of community outreach for EPE, responsible for promoting and managing relationships and working on educating the community on issues that are critical. He served at EPE for about 40 years, I believe, and that's quite a run. He's got a degree in finance from UTEP and is also a member of the American Society of Corporate Secretaries. So I'm happy to propose appointing a person who has much professional and personal experience in the community, and I think would do a great job in serving on this commission. I don't know if Mr. Silva's on the line, if you'd like to say anything, but if not, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve his appointment.
He's not on, Commissioner Stout.
Mr. Silva, you're on the line?
Oh, he's
No,
not.
He's not.
He's not on.
It sounds like he's not, but that's fine.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Stout and a second from Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. And motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you all.
Item number 13B, Public Works. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 81.032, authorize the Planning and Development Department to accept the donation of design consulting services from Moreno Cárdenas Incorporated for the design of school zone improvements at Dr. Sue A. Shook Elementary School. Further approve and authorize the county judge to sign the agreement for professional services project school zone intersection improvements at Dr. Sue A. Shook Elementary between Moreno Cárdenas Incorporated and the County of El Paso, Texas. Contract number 2024-0590.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Gilbert Saldaña with Planning and Development. This morning I'm joined by Mr. Brian Clays and Mr. Ozzy Garcia from Moreno Cárdenas. And Mr. Clays will also assist with my presentation. So this item on the agenda is regarding school zone improvements at Dr. Sue Shook Elementary in the Horizon area. Okay, this school is located on 13777 Paseo del Este Boulevard. Since the construction of the school, approximately in 2008, Paseo del Este Boulevard had been dead end at the southwest corner of the school, which is at the intersection of Paseo del Suerte Drive. This intersection is a major school zone crossing that serves the school. Just last year, the development to the property on the east of the school extended Paseo del Este Boulevard that introduced additional traffic to the intersection that caused unsafe conditions at the school zone crossing. It became evident that the school zone that starts on the west side of the intersection needed to be extended to slow down traffic before the crosswalk. Before continuing, let me explain the county's school zone policy. The county does not fund any school zone improvements. The school districts obtains plans prepared by a licensed engineer and submits them to the Planning and Development Department for review and approval. The school zone then uses those plans to procure a contractor to install the improvements. The district will operate and maintain the school zone flashers and other apparatuses, while the county maintains the striping and fixed signage within the right-of-way. Now going back to the school zone issues at Dr. Sue Shook Elementary, due to the budgetary constraints, SISD is experiencing District representatives requested assistance from the county to address the issue. As previously explained in the county's policy, the county does not spend any funds on school zone improvements. However, Moreno Cardenas Incorporation, a locally owned and operated engineering firm, offered to provide the design for the county at no cost to assist the district with these school zone improvements. With that said, I'll turn that over, the presentation, to Mr. Brian Clays from Moreno Cardenas.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Thank you for having
Good
me
morning.
today. I'm going to expand a little bit on the project itself based on what Gilbert was describing. We're thankful to be here today, but really in detail on the project itself. After the growth of the street in the area, it's become an unsafe condition for the pedestrians in that area. So we partnered with y'all on some similar projects in the past, so we're happy to do it again in this regard. Essentially, at the end of the day, we're going to update a traffic signal in the area. So, you know, the flashers you see as you approach the intersections, which aren't there now. We're also going to modify some of the median end at the end of the intersection, as well as create a new cut into that median just to make a much safer movement. This is an aerial of the intersection in question at the end of the street. You could see here that we're going to, with that hatch pattern, we're going to extend the bullnose of that median that'll extend further into the intersection. You could see the crosswalk where it is now. There's many car movements that go north to west that cut that area, and it's right where the crosswalk is. So by extending that median, we're gonna also create a refuge there. So you could see a break in the hatch. That's where the pedestrians, the parents, the children can stop at that point just to make sure they're crossing safely. In addition, a little bit to the east of that, the west of that intersection, we're gonna create a new cut in the median. You could see the parking lot there to the north of that aerial. What's going on is people heading to the east are doing U-turns back around. So by creating that additional improvements at the prior intersection, we're gonna eliminate the U-turn, create this new access point for the parents. So again, it's all about trying to create a more safe condition for the school themselves. And just summarizing, as Gilbert mentioned, we're a local engineering firm. We've partnered with you all in many projects over the years, continue to do such. And similar to what we did with Commissioner Leon sometime back in his area, we actually worked on a water extension project on a pro bono basis, just again, to help a lot of the community where the funds aren't there, there's an issue at hand, and there's a way that we feel that we could give back like we saw others today, where we could do similar and support our area. I should mention that I'm a Burgess grad, so I don't know if that helps at all. Seems to be a theme here of giving back with the Burgess community, so. No, just.
Not with me.
I thought I should take advantage of that discussion. See Christine over here.
Unless
Burgess
Jacob
grad.
is voting here.
But we've done this in the past. It's a similar pro bono agreement that we've contracted with you all on. Again, we're just going to offer the engineering. Mr. Ozzy Garcia, who's with me today, he's a licensed engineer, one of our senior PMs, and actually key to our transportation group. This is a project he's going to lead, and it's going to give, I guess, the blueprints to take it to the next phase. We'll take it all the way through design, and hopefully we could, you know, see if there's another means to actually get the construction built, but we'll do everything we can to get it to where it needs to be. So with that, thank you, and take any questions.
Yes, Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you, Judge. I just really wanted to thank first our staff, Michael and Gilbert, and then of course Brian and Ozzy for this. When the principal at Sushuk Elementary started reaching out to us, as you can imagine, she's incredibly concerned because of the increase in traffic. We're talking about one of the fastest growing areas in all of El Paso County. The development, the housing development is just incredible. You have new neighborhoods that literally pop up. It feels like almost from one day to the next. So the principal was very, very concerned. But unfortunately, SISD, because of the budget constraints that Gilbert mentioned, just isn't in a position to fund these services, which would be necessary before these improvements can be made. So I want to thank Gilbert and Michael McElroy with the county because, you know, your response could have simply been, oh, no, sorry, the county isn't in charge of doing improvements in school zones, but it wasn't. Instead, you all reached out to MCI and you took that initiative because we all know how important student safety is. So I want to thank you, Gilbert and Michael. And then, of course, I want to thank Brian and Ozzy with MCI for agreeing to do this work pro bono. There's nothing, I think, more important, I think we would all agree, than ensuring that our students are safe as they walk to school. So I really want to thank you, and I want to let you know how the county's partnership with MCI is just so appreciated, and we're just blessed to have a wonderful community partner such as you all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Norma, any additional comments?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Norma Rivera Palacios with the Public Works Department. I also like to take the time to thank MCI. They're our partners, and for them to step in and assist us with this is greatly appreciated. I know the community needs it, our students need it, and we are very grateful for that.
Thank you. Betsy?
I think everyone's covered it really well, Judge. Just expressing our appreciation and our thanks.
Yeah.
Great partnership.
We absolutely do thank you for this partnership. Thank you.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguín and a second from Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. And the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready to go back to the regular order? Or do we have another item?
Judge?
I think we're ready to go back to regular order.
No, Commissioner?
Well, I was going to see if we could do the NAMI item as well, because I know that we have Greg Hench, who is in Austin waiting to
that'd be
come
great.
up. And we have also Isidro Torres
Yeah.
from NAMI local, NAMI El Paso. So,
And item 9A.
yeah.
Yeah, let's
9A.
take that one.
Thank you, Judge.
Item 9A, discuss and take appropriate action to allocate funding of up to $25,000 to sponsor the NAMI Texas Conference taking place November 7th through the 9th, 2024. Further direct staff to identify funding and prepare a corresponding agreement for Commissioners' Court consideration and approval. Opinion number 5377.
Great. Thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners. I have on the line Greg Hench, who is the Executive Director of NAMI Texas, and then, of course, Isidro Torres, who is the ED for NAMI El Paso. But I want to thank you all, first of all, for considering this item. The National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI, is really a critical hinge in the partnerships between the county, working with Emergence Health Network, and all that is done here in El Paso when it comes to helping families who have members of their families who suffer from mental illness. They are thankfully having their state convention here in El Paso this year in November. So this is a great opportunity for us to bring hundreds of people from other parts of Texas and even New Mexico that will converge upon El Paso for this conference. I want to thank the board, the board at NAMI Texas, and also Greg for agreeing to have the conference here, and also Isidro for his work and advocating for the conference coming to El Paso. I don't know the last time the conference was here, but it's going to be here in November, so that's the important part. And so I've asked admin and legal to provide us with some options and opinions for how we can support this event. There is a sponsorship packet in the backup of the agenda item, and we are requesting to be one of the top sponsors of $25,000 sponsorship for this event. We can look at, I think, possible use of some hot funds, although it is restricted, of course, as we all know, and possible use of general funds. And so with that, Betsy, do you have anything that you'd like to comment? And then we can also hear from Isidro and from Greg.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We would like to be able to use hot funds if at all possible. This would be similar to other types of conferences we have sponsored in the past with hotel occupancy tax. If the court does agree to support this sponsorship today, we would work with legal to bring back an agreement for formal approval for that sponsorship for this particular conference. I did look through all the backup and the level of sponsorship. The county would get a lot of recognition, and it would align with the work that the court has done as far as being an advocate for mental health for our community.
And just a little bit more about NAMI Texas. Greg and his team, and for full disclosure, I do serve on the board for NAMI Texas. I'm the finance chair for NAMI Texas board. But they do amazing work in Texas, supporting local affiliates, prioritizing education. And then the advocacy efforts at the state capitol. Greg and his team have become one of the most trusted voices for the legislature when it comes to the needs and the gaps in services and how we are dealing with mental illness in our state. And I see him a lot when I'm up in Austin testifying and helping educate legislators about these needs and these gaps. So. Greg, would you like to introduce yourself and say a few words?
Welcome, Greg.
Absolutely. Thank you, David, and thank you to the commissioners for this opportunity. NAMI Texas is deeply grateful to be considered for this sponsorship. We have an annual conference and award celebration every year, and it serves as a gathering point for individuals and families affected by mental illness, mental health service providers, and the broader mental health community in Texas. Our event showcases the latest innovations in the mental health field and also offers important networking opportunities and chances to celebrate achievements. Our conference draws hundreds of people every year. Last year, we had over 400 people in Houston attending the conference. This is the first time in our 40-year history that we are bringing the conference to El Paso. So we're very excited to be bringing this conference to your community. The response has been overwhelming from people in your region who have been hungry to get this content and to benefit from what we make available at this event, which includes 2 keynotes, up to 30 workshops, a vibrant exhibit hall, free continuing education credit for mental health professionals in your community, and other great opportunities for people to be enriched by what we believe is the leading event of the year for the Texas mental health community. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I would hand it over to Isidro to add anything that he wants to share. Isidro is the executive director of NAMI El Paso.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you for choosing El Paso.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. This has been a long time coming. I know I have a wonderful former board members like Melissa Carrillo and our wonderful volunteers and many of our staff who have worked hard over the years to really advocate and bring this conference to El Paso for the first time. Greg and his team have been there for NAMI El Paso, day in, day out. Greg was one of the first calls after the August 3rd tragedy our community faced. He came down that year to visit our walk in October. And we went over to Texas, to Houston at that time, to the conference to be recognized for the wonderful work that our community was doing in supporting the healing and supporting our community in mental health after that. And so Greg has been very supportive of the El Paso community. As we all know, as we travel for conferences, we're always traveling to Dallas, Austin, Houston, San Antonio. And it is few and far between where we get to just stay home and go down to the convention center for a conference. And so it has finally happened. They are celebrating 40 years here in El Paso, and nobody knows how to party like El Paso, let's be real. And so we're very excited again for this continued support. Thank you, generally speaking, for the Commissioner's Court for your support on mental health in our region and our ability. We're very grateful to be able to partner with, again, like Commissioner Stout said, with Emergence Health Network. El Paso Child Guidance Center, their CEO, Kathy Gaithan, will be one of the keynote speakers, and all the wonderful providers and mental health professionals, advocates in our community who will be benefiting from this and inviting the state and other NAMIs and other mental health professionals from across the country, really, to come visit us here in El Paso. And so, again, thank you, Commissioner Stout, for supporting this item and for your support, and we appreciate the Commissioner's Court's consideration of this item.
Thank you for all you do, and thank you, Commissioner Stout, for your work on mental health. This is going to be great for our community. Betsy and I were mentioning this morning, this is the community that I feel really will embrace mental health and just feel really good about what's going to take place here and the sort of the traction that we need to get to make sure that we understand, what's going on in mental health. It's so subtle. But it's evident in our statistics, and as we see things that are climbing, like crimes and suicide and all these other factors that. But I think this will bring light to it, and not only bring light to it, but we'll look for strategies that every community should be able to manage quickly to address this. So, Commissioner Stout, back to you.
Well, once again, thank you, Greg and Isidro for joining us, and I went ahead and made the motion to approve this allocation of $25,000 to sponsor the conference.
Commissioner Leon?
Judge, thank you. And Commissioner Stott, just so you know, I am going to vote for this. I think it's a great endeavor. Betsy, have we identified the funding for this?
I need to work with legal on the hotel occupancy tax. We do have funding we can use in hotel occupancy tax for this. What we have to do is we have to make sure that the type of, what the organization will use the funding for qualifies for hotel occupancy tax. If it does not, then we would have to go to general fund operational contingencies.
And as you know, this is a year of hold the line. I've not asked for any increases in any of the areas that I oversee. And like I said, it's a great drive. A couple of weeks ago, we were indebted for $90,000 over a 3-year period for another program. Hopefully, this is just a reminder to the court that as we move into our budget, not with you all, this is a great project, but that we really have to pay attention to all the departments have really cut to the very bone, and I think we should be doing the same thing. And this one, like I say, Commissioner, there's no way around it because I also agree with your drive. But just a reminder that it's a hard, tough year.
Yeah, Betsy and I spoke this morning about during the budget process that we look at everything during the year instead of sort of as it comes to us. And so I think we can't do it this time, I believe, because it's not on the agenda. But I think next we'll look at what qualifies for hot funds and then make that determination ahead of time.
Yes, sir. We'll look at our process. Commissioner Leon, to your point, the judge also asked this morning that we look at our process to do a call for projects throughout the year. That would be, so we would know in advance what to expect for the year. And in this particular case, Christina mentioned that they've already done the analysis and it does qualify for hot funding.
Good news. Good news.
And I agree. We should do as much as we can to present items that we want funded through our budget during the budgeting process. But last year during our budgeting process, this conference it had not been decided that it would be coming to El Paso. And in the case of other items that we have brought, these items were brought to our attention not during the budget process either. And so, and this is hopefully, we'll be able to use hot funds for this. If not, general fund, I understand that it's more difficult to take out of contingencies, but sometimes these things come up and we need to be able to look at supporting them. And I thank you for your comments because I agree wholeheartedly, Commissioner. Yeah.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout, a second from Judge Samaniego. Voting is open, and the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Looking forward to seeing you here, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Item number 7A from the regular agenda. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the adoption of an order calling a bond election to be held for the El Paso County Hospital District, making provision for the conduct of the election and resolving other matters incident and related to such election. We do have 7 speakers for public comment on this item. We can take them up whenever you're ready, sir.
So Jacob Cinthron, President and CEO of the El Paso County Hospital District and Burgess High School graduate. So thought I'd throw that in there. Thank you, commissioners and judge, for giving us this opportunity to come and speak before you. As you know, we are asking for your support and approval to proceed with placing a general obligation bond on the November 5th ballot. This bond is primarily to focus on helping us continue to do the work that started back in 1915. As you know, we're 109 years old. In January of next year, we'll be 110 years old. And when you think about how it started and what it looked like to what it is today, and you see the fine work that it does today, it didn't happen without previous commissioners and current commissioners and previous judges and a current judge in helping us continue to get the support we need, whether it be in expansion or getting critical equipment or being able to acquire the kind of personnel that we need to make this a great healthcare system. We are an organization that provides care as a level 1 trauma, level 1 stroke center, level 4 maternal and NICU services, and many fine services that we offer with a lot of the subspecialty physicians that we have. It services the community regardless of anybody's ability to pay. Along with that, our mission is a teaching hospital. So as you know, we have a great partnership with Texas Tech and the Paul Foster School of Medicine and President Lang and Dr. Lang. And, you know, it helps people from our community pursue an education to become doctors. Many that graduate from this program will stay in El Paso. We also foster over about 2,500 students of one form or another from magnet schools and high school through universities that are helping educate and promote pharmacists, nurses, therapists, and so forth. And so we had presented this presentation a few weeks ago. We're going to repeat it again for those that in the audience that may not have heard it. But we really need your support and approval to proceed with this. And to start off this presentation, we're going to have our Chief Strategy Officer, John Law.
Commissioners, Judge, good morning. John Law, Chief Strategy Officer with the University Medical Center. You know, as we think about what we're proposing to you, we've spent a lot of time kind of reflecting on our mission, which is to heal, which I know you all are well aware of that. It's to serve. It's to serve this community, and it's also to provide good customer service to anyone who interacts with our system, and to educate, which Jacob just spoke about. And the education also includes health education. The education we give our patients so they can manage their own health when they're not inside the clinic setting. What I'm going to share with you today, just as a reminder, we did share with you back on June 24th and also July 15th. So I'm going to give you an abridged version today. And then, of course, our Board of Managers voted on July 9th for us to come visit you today. We worked with a firm called SG2, which is a national healthcare consulting firm. They did an analysis of the greater El Paso area and identified the following 7 items as needs for our community. Access to care is really the first 2 boxes. Acute bed capacity is a challenge, particularly as we look at the eastern side of the county. Inpatient psychiatric bed capacity is a significant challenge, and I'm sure the NAMI leaders who you just spoke to could speak to that more eloquent than I could. Wait times, senior-focused clinics in particular, as we look at the fastest growing demographic in our population, is a future need. And then, of course, cancer care, which I know we've spoken about with y'all over time. As we've shared with you before, over the last several years, bless you, Judge, we've done a number of things to expand our capacity and address what the community needs are. As you're aware of, we added the surgical hospital, which brought on 40 beds, as well as 6 operating rooms that were really key. I really want to highlight the programmatic expansion through physician recruitment, both on a pediatric level and an adult level. We've brought in a lot of specialists that either weren't in the community or, the number of specialists is really low. So for example, endocrinology and rheumatology are the couple specialists that we've built up for the adult population. And of course, as you're aware as well, Representative Gonzalez was really a key leader in the last session to get $65 million for the Cancer Center, and we're appreciative of that. Lastly, I just wanted to let you know that the 8th floor of the El Paso Children's Hospital is being built out right now. This is actually being done with the Children's Hospital's own funds, which they've, because they've turned the corner financially in such a strong way, they've been able to reinvest and help build out some of the capacity that we know we need. This graphic shows you again what our future looks like. This was put together by SG2, and one of their strengths is actually projecting what are the future healthcare needs of communities. And this is specific to El Paso County. The orange line on the bottom, the solid orange line, is the number of patients we expect to need inpatient care in the county. So it's not just UMC, it's countywide over time. And you'll notice that line is declining. The dotted line above it is the number of patient days, or the growth in patient days we expect in the county. You'll notice that line is increasing. And so ultimately what this is saying to us is that we are going to have fewer patients in the inpatient setting, but the patients we're going to have are going to be sicker, and we are going to need additional capacity to treat those folks. The green line is really looking at outpatient care, and that's where the dramatic growth is, really across the country. And you can see over 20 years, we expect a 36% growth in outpatient care. There's a number of reasons for that. One of those reasons is that at a federal level, there's more and more procedures being moved to outpatient settings and not done in hospital settings, and we're actually reimbursed in a way that encourages that. All healthcare systems are. This is a graphic that I've shown you before. It shows our inpatient capacity quarter by quarter. The blue bar on the bottom of the bar graph is the average number of patients we've had in our critical care beds each quarter. We have 60 critical care beds. So you can see, on average, we've been under that, but on specific days like today, we're actually full. And then as we look into the future, we project having, about 68 patients on average, assuming we had the beds at UMC. And this is without any growth. This is just with the growth and the changes in healthcare utilization. And then by 2037, we expect to be at 79 critical care patients. The orange bar is our inpatient capacity for patients that are in a standard bed, not critical care. And then the light orange part of the bar are our observation patients. And you can see on average that we're over our capacity, which is 290 beds, on a pretty routine basis. Just as a note, this morning, our emergency department was holding 31 patients. So you've got a 45-bed or a 45-space emergency department. 31 patients were waiting to go upstairs to get admitted into a bed. Of those 31, 6 are critical care patients. So our critical care unit is full, and all of our other beds are full as of this morning. Last week, we had one day where we were holding 44 patients, which is about the highest I've seen. Almost the entire emergency department was full, holding patients, waiting to get into beds. The one other thing that we see, if you look at the bottom of the visual, is that over a 12-month period, we've had about 1,100 transfers from other hospitals that have requested to receive care at UMC, and we haven't been able to accept those patients. I want to make crystal clear, if a patient comes to us, we do not turn them away. This is the situation where the patients are at another hospital, they're seeking a higher level of care, and we didn't have the capacity to treat the patient. So in that case, the patient either left town for care or stayed at the hospital they were at, and I'm sure that hospital did their very best to provide the best care they could for those individuals. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Maria Zampini, our Chief Operating Officer, and she will continue here.
Good morning, Maria
Welcome.
Zampini, Chief Operating Officer.
Welcome, Maria.
So what I'm going to present are really four main areas. So given everything that John has said, what are the projects that we would need to do to address those? And there's four main ones. It's things that we need to do within the hospital or at the main campus. It's a burn center as well, so it's included in there. It's also continued expansion of our neighborhood clinics, so continued expansion of not only the clinics but ERs, so our access points. And then the last one is the cancer center. At the main campus, the different projects that we have are adding new surgical suites. So our ORs, currently we have 12. We want to add 4 new operating rooms. Cardiac cath, we currently have 4 interventional labs, so the plan is to add 2 to that. And you can see all of these projects are due to the growth that we've had and then our projections. The expanded observation unit addresses exactly the issue that John was talking about of keeping patients in the ER. So what we want to do is we have an administration floor. We're going to move out of that floor and we're going to create 25 observation patients. That way we're able to move them out, move them upstairs, and be able to see more patients. That's a direct contribution to our throughput. We also have imaging technology. Currently, we have 1 MRI at the main hospital. It works 24/7. So what we want to do is replace that MRI, add an additional MRI, and then add one at the East Clinic. It also includes a CT. So that's the improvements that we need to be able to take care of our patients from the imaging side. Laboratory services is also something that hasn't been touched in many, many years. So as we grow not only the inpatient side, but we're growing all the retails, right? All the neighborhood health clinics and ERs, that puts pressure on the laboratory. So we need some support there for improvement and growth of our laboratory services. Parking garage, it's the same thing. You've been there. You know we're short of parking, not only at the main campus, but at our clinic sites. They're overflowing. Facility improvements are those kind of things that also need to get touched as we move forward. Things like emergency generator, the kitchen, another support department that as we grow the number of patients that we're seeing, that needs to grow as well, and air handlers, those type of infrastructure improvements. On the burn center and the critical care beds, this is our 3rd floor of the main hospital right now. What we want to do is we want to add 23 critical care beds. And so what we would do is when it comes to burn critical care, it's a very different, the design of those rooms is very different than a critical care. Even when it comes to how the air flows through the room, the heat of the room, or the temperature of the room. And so what we would do is we would create some swing beds so that they're critical care beds. If we don't need the burn, but then we'll have capacity to be able to take those burn patients that currently need to go out of El Paso. And then it'll also have an operating room. On the healthcare access points, so again, this is continued growth of those services that we're already offering. The central geriatric clinic, this would be a clinic very much like the one that we have at the east and the west, with about 50 exam rooms, but the focus is going to be geriatrics. And for those reasons that John described as we move forward and the importance of continuing that support for our geriatric patients. Horizon Health Center as well. So both of these, the Central and the Horizon, would have the primary, the specialty care, but they're also going to have a retail pharmacy. They're going to have the lab. They're going to have imaging and rehab. So everything that you need, I always say everything that you'll need, about 80% of your lifetime, you'll be able to get at these. So it's that continued growth. Ambulatory Surgical Center West, these are 4 operating rooms. Currently, we have that service at the east. We don't have it at the west. So it's growth of that capacity over at the west side of El Paso with a surgery center. The west emergency and urgent care, just like we did with the northeast and the east, we added an emergency department. We want to do the same thing to the services we offer at the west. So you can see it's a balancing of services throughout the community. The Central Specialty Clinic is currently the Texas Tech Specialty Clinic. As they grow, as they design and then grow, construct their new specialty clinic, then that is the clinic that's located on the main campus. And so then we would take over that and be able to offer specialty services for our patients. And then the East Rehab, our West clinic has rehab services, the East clinic does not. And so we want to add rehab services to that part of town as well. And then the Comprehensive Cancer Center, the state of Texas contributed the $65 million that John was talking about. The total cost is anticipated to be about $95 million. So then in partnership with Texas Tech, we put in $30 million to be able to support that initiative. And with that, we'll turn it over to Michael
Maria,
Nunez.
I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry, can you go back to the last slide? And if I may, Judge, I noticed that in El Paso, it doesn't have any kind of dot there on this map insofar as a cancer center. What does that tell us?
That tells us that we don't have a comprehensive cancer center. And so our patients have to travel very far in order to be able to get the care that they need. And so just like the burn center, the cancer center is also, our patients deserve to be able to stay in El Paso and get the treatment that they need. And so in partnership with Texas Tech, our goal is to be able to complete a comprehensive cancer center for the El Paso community.
Now, there is cancer center, treatment centers here in El Paso, but there's a difference between what you're proposing and what we have here now.
Correct. This center is one building that would house everything that you would need to include the radiation, the LINAC, the actual office visits, all the support. It also includes social workers and rehab folks as well. So it's a different type of cancer center. Right now, the patients go from one place to another to be able to get what they need through the time that they have cancer.
Or they go out of town.
Correct. Or they go out of town.
Yeah.
If you can. If you can't, then what do you do? Many patients are diagnosed very late in their cancer as well. So that also calls to them not having access to primary and specialty care. And then when they are diagnosed, they're further along in their cancer.
Thank you.
And if I could add too that, to be a comprehensive cancer center is a multi-year process. And it includes, right now at UMC, we provide chemotherapy or infusion therapy. We provide surgeries if you have cancer, but we don't provide radiation therapy. So working with our partners at Texas Tech, we'll be able to do that. Another element that's very important for comprehensive cancer centers is research. And that's something that Dr. Lang and his group have committed to really focus on, because there's therapies out there that go beyond our imagination that we're hoping to continue to invest in, to be able to be in the forefront and provide our community the much-needed care they have. To Maria's comment, if someone does not have insurance and doesn't have the ability to pay for some of the services like radiation therapy, they go without. And all that means is that their care is compromised and they put themselves at a risk of a death that could have been avoided. And so we never want that to happen to anyone that simply because they don't have the ability to pay.
Thank you. It's an eye-opener.
Great clarification.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Nunez, Hospital District Chief Financial Officer. I'll be discussing in terms of what is the impact, in terms of what's the dollar size of the bond that we are looking for. The total bond issue is going to be about $397 million. And what we have here on the upper right-hand corner, now currently we just received our 2024 property tax values. Now with the Central Appraisal District, we are forecasting perhaps about a 5% increase for next year. So currently right now in 2024, the average taxable value, not to be confused with what your appraisal value is about $210,000. We are forecasting that to be about $220,000 in 2025. So when this bond issue, if passed, we will go to market in April or May of 2025, and then the tax rate would not begin until October 1 of 2025. So based upon an average taxable value of $220,000 in 2025, we are estimating this will be about $5.79 per month, or about $70 per year for this bond issue. Now, previously we had communicated that this would be about $5.54. The main reason for the difference was Now that we had received the final certified values for the taxable values for 2024, that was lower than what was previously forecasted by the Central Appraisal District. And just keep in mind that as the months go ahead for next year's property values, that this number may go up or down depending upon property values. And then currently right now, in fact, tomorrow we will be closing on our refunding bonds tomorrow. And we're hoping now with the recent news over the last week to 10 days of more certainty with perhaps interest rate cuts, that interest rates will possibly be less next spring. But currently right now we are being on the conservative side. In terms of looking at the dollar tax bill for the largest five organizations, you'll see the El Paso school districts about 40% of your tax bill. The city of El Paso is about 29%. The county of El Paso is about 15%. UMC is about 8%, and then community college is about 4%. You'll see for UMC, back in 2021, our tax rate was about 26.8 cents for every $100 of property tax value. And since then, that tax rate has been decreasing. In fact, we adopted the no new revenue rate in 2022 and also in 2024. And currently right now, for our fiscal year starting October 1 of 2024, our board has authorized or approved us to adopt the no new revenue rate in 2025. We will be bringing this action to you in about 2 weeks. And that tax rate is going to be 21.9 cents for every $100 of taxable value. So you'll see since 2021, UMC tax rate has dropped about 5 cents since 2021. And with that, I'll turn it back over to John and to Jacob for any closing comments.
Thank you, Michael. Betsy, we do have public comment on this topic? Okay.
So, I'm sorry, Betsy?
All right. Yes, sir, we do have people signed up for public comment.
Okay, so
Would you like to do that first?
if you're done with your part, that way you could hear some of the comments and then you can address.
Thank you. It's just simply that you've seen what we need to continue to provide great service to our community. We're proud of what we provide. We're proud of our partnerships with our physicians, our nurses, our staff. You all have been instrumental in helping us continue to expand our reach to our community. Everything that you all have approved have been very successful, and we couldn't do it without you. And once again, we're before you saying we can't go that next step without your support. So with that, I'll conclude and then we can have open comment.
Thank you. And Dr. Lang and others, if you could hear some of the comments, if they pertain to something you can address, we'll wait for the comments, and then if there's anyone out there that can address some of the concerns, you're welcome to do that as well. So,
Judge, I have one question real quick.
oh, yes, Commissioner Stein.
Mr. Nunez, real quick, one question. Right now you were talking about the tax rate going down to 21.9 cents. That's the M&O side, or that's the full tax rate?
That is the full tax rate, 21.9.
That would be
Before,
before we.
if the bond issue were to pass, yes, that is correct. 21.9 cents is before any passage.
And what would the full tax rate be if the bond were to pass?
The estimated impact right now is about 4.5 cents in total, if the bond issue were to pass. Yeah, and that would be beginning our
2025.
fiscal 26, starting October 1 of 2025.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
Can I ask a question of Michael before he sits down? Michael, so I was looking at Exhibit C, and I'm just wondering, number 7, where it talks about the estimated maximum annual increase in the amount of taxes on a residence with an appraised value of $100,000. So when it's $100,000, it's $47.24. And I know you told us that by the time the debt is issued, we're going to be based on the taxable value of $220. So it looks like that amount, that $47.24, should at least double. But you said it would really only be an impact of about $70.
$70 for average taxable value of about $220,000. Yes, ma'am.
I guess I don't understand. It seems like there's a little bit of a discrepancy to me, because if it was $100,000, the value, then it's $47. So if we're now up to if we go to 200, it wouldn't double. The 47 wouldn't double.
So, yeah, okay, so let us go back and check with our bond counsel and also with our financial advisor and see whether some of these amounts may have slightly changed or since the last time that we presented these. But we
I'm
can
wondering if maybe it has to do with the length of the issuance, because I think, isn't there some portions of the projects that are only going to be, the debt is going to be issued for 10 years as opposed to the 20 or the 25?
So
Might
that is correct. So, so we can go back and look at that, because the way that this bond is going to be structured, the equipment portion of it, about 30% of the 397, about 120 million, that's going to be paid over 10 years. And then the bricks and mortars is going to be paid out over 30. So it could be from a standpoint of, let us go back and check when we're looking at the weighted average, what's the first 10 years versus the remaining 20, and then see whether we can go ahead and just reconcile that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to begin public comment with Dr. Richard Lang. And once again, for the public, just want to notify everybody, public comment is limited to 5 minutes per person. Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Lang.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for the privilege of addressing you. Last month, on July 1st, we welcomed the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine class of 2028. They start a month earlier than any other medical school in the state of Texas, actually in the nation. And they do that so they become immersed in the culture of El Paso, and they begin their Spanish language classes as well. The only medical school to teach medical students Spanish, by the way. And I have the privilege of addressing them on the very first day. Now, these are individuals that have been screened, that are aligned with our mission and our community as well. But I remind them that the mission of Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, and you can see this on the website, is to improve the lives of people in our state and our community by focusing on the unique healthcare needs of socially and culturally diverse border health populations, with excellence in integration in patient care, education, and research. And in the short time I've been here, short 10 years, we've graduated over 2,400 healthcare professionals from the medical center. The number of physicians in El Paso has increased 66%. The number of nurses has increased 45%. About 25% of the students come from the medical school come from El Paso. And of the nursing school, about 97% come from El Paso. And by the way, 90% stay in El Paso when they're finished as well. And we do all that as a medical center, as an academic medical center with an extremely important partner in this University Medical Center. We would not be able to do those things with regard to education without our partner. Not just a partner in name, but a partner who's dedicated to education, dedicated to outstanding patient care, and to meeting the needs of the community. They're also interested in the research that affects people in El Paso. Disproportionate amounts of cancer and cancer mortality, diabetes, neuroscience, psychiatry, infectious disease. And we wouldn't be able to address these issues without our partner, University Medical Center, as well. And I'll just give you two instances that really strike close to home. One is when we arrived here looking at cancer, we realized, as Maria mentioned, that many individuals in El Paso present in late stages of cancer. Cancers, by the way, are screenable and curable if caught early. Breast cancer, cervical cancer, colorectal cancer can all be prevented if found early. And they weren't being prevented in the community, so we embarked on research projects that allowed us to screen, with the help of UMC, 61,000 people that had never been screened before. Catch early cancer in 400 of these individuals, basically eradicated before they got into late stages. And during COVID, we had access to immunoglobulins, antibodies that nobody else or very few people in the country had access to treat the most serious individuals in El Paso at UMC. And it was that joint partnership that allowed us to conduct research that mattered to our community. Then with regard to patient care, we have the ability to partner with the University Medical Center, an academic medical center. This allowed us to, again, achieve the highest level of maternal and neonatal care, the highest level of stroke care, the highest level of trauma care, the highest level of cardiovascular care, and has been cited as one of the best hospitals in the state in terms of quality. That allows me to attract state-of-the-art or world-renowned physicians and to attract the students and residents that we need to meet the needs in the community. Our future is inextricably intertwined with the success of University Medical Center. We won't be able to do what we need to do unless they can meet the needs of the community. If our goal is to improve the lives of people in our state and our community, and that's the goal of University Medical Center, is we do it together. So if there are a lack of operating rooms, if people are standing or sitting in and laying in an emergency room, they can't get up to a room, if we don't have state-of-the-art care for our burn patients, and we don't have a comprehensive cancer center, the
30
only
seconds.
community in Texas that doesn't, the 22nd largest city in the United States doesn't have a comprehensive cancer center, then that's a problem. It affects not only the people who receive care, but it affects us as an institution as well. So I just want to thank you for allowing me to share my perspective on how important University Medical Center is, not only to the community, and many of us have received care there, by the way, but also to the success and the future of the medical center as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ling. Thank you for your partnership. Appreciate it. Caesar?
Next, we have Dr. Alan Tyrock.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning,
Commissioners.
Doctor.
I know I spoke to y'all last month, I believe in July, so hopefully I won't be too redundant, but I do want to speak to the community also today. I just realized yesterday, it's my 27th work anniversary, August the 11th. So I've been here 27 years, came here in 1997. I've seen a lot of... Well, I wasn't asking for that, but thank you. So I came here in 97. I've seen a lot of growth in this community. I saw a lot of growth on the campus. I saw Thomason General Hospital become UMC. It's actually 15 years ago that it changed the name, 2009. It's amazing. I saw Texas Tech become a medical school and now a health sciences center in the Texas Tech system. Let's talk about the trauma program. When I came here, we had just under 1,200 trauma admissions in 1998. We became a level 2 trauma center that year. Then we became a level 1. We've been a level 1 since then, the only one for 270 miles. The last 3 years, we've averaged 3,900 or so trauma admissions. Of those, 650 had an injury severity score of 15 or greater. That means that's a very severely injured patient. We take care of all ages. We admitted 720 kids last year in partnership with EPCH. We also admitted 940 geriatric trauma patients defined as age 65 or older. In just the last 2 weeks, we admitted, I'm not going to give the exact age, but 2 patients above the age of 100. So we take care of all ages. 40-something% of our patients for the last 7 years come to us in transfer. So all the hospitals in the region, not just El Paso City, they need us to do the specialty care that they can't provide. Of those that are transferred, last year, 26% came from hospitals in the city of El Paso because of our specialty care. But we need beds. John mentioned there was 44 patients last week needing beds in the hospital. I can tell you 2 days in a row because I keep track of it. One day was 44, the next day was 43, but it's about a dozen patients need to go to our ICU setting on some of those days. This morning, it's a little bit better. I think it's 31. It was averaging in the upper 20s, low 30s for most of last week. We do our best we can, but we're tight. I get on something known as EM Resources that tells me what the hospital situation is for all the hospitals in the city, as well as actually outside of our county. A lot of our hospitals are overfilled. There's just not enough hospital beds. There's not enough critical care beds in the city or the region. So there really is a need. Let's now segue into burn care. The nearest burn center is in Lubbock, 345 miles away. There's a small burn center in in Albuquerque. There's one that's starting up again in Tucson at U of A. Those are so far away. Despite not being a burn center, we do what we can. We took care for the last 5 years, on average, about 85 to 95 patients that meet American Burn Association burn care in El Paso, so they don't have to leave the city. One is because Lubbock can't take them. They're over capacity. They also sometimes have weather conditions. We can't fly them out. In addition to the severe burns that we're taking care of, meeting criteria, that really should go to a designated burn center, we took care of 160 patients last year with minor burns that we don't even admit. We take care of them and we discharge them home. Cancer care. I think you've heard about the Comprehensive Cancer Center. It's a big need. A lot of people think, well, you know, if you got MD Anderson down there in Houston, they're in it for money. They're not doing charity care. Well, I'm sure they are, but they're not a safety net for us. If you don't have finances, we got to take care of those patients here, and they don't get the radiotherapy, the other things that we would love to have for these patients. Also, they can't get enrolled in clinical trials, cancer trials. People with means to pay go to Mayo Clinic in Scottsdale, San Antonio, Dallas, or MD Anderson. But if not, we take care of them.
30 seconds.
Better go fast then. So I'm going to wrap it up. We're not a small town, guys and ladies. We're the 6th largest city in the state, the 22nd largest in the country. We can be better. We need to move to the next level. I remember when Mr. Valenti and his team came before the Commissioner's Court, I think it was 2007, to ask for a bond, where we grew. And the reason was infrastructure was falling apart. It was getting old, and we were popping at the seams. We are popping at the seams again. So UMC has been a beacon of hope for generations. We need this so we can take care of the current generation and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it.
Dr. Richard McCollum.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to address you at this time. I'm Dr. Richard McCallum, and I came to El Paso in 2009 as the founding chair of the Department of Medicine at the new Paul L. Foster School of Medicine. At that time, University Medical Center was still called Thomason. I'm a gastroenterologist, and thanks to the facilities that evolved at UMC, my team is now nationally recognized as a referral center for treating patients with a non-working or non-functioning gastrointestinal tract, and this has led to achievement of NIH funding. This would not have been possible without the support of the University Medical Center. It has become the gold standard for patient care in this region. The citizens of El Paso have put their trust in UMC, and rightly so. We need to sustain and continue to provide state-of-the-art medical care. We're at a critical stage in addressing our patients' needs. The need for outstanding medical and surgical care evolve as advances develop. We need to expand critical care beds, develop a burn center, extend geriatric care, as well as develop a comprehensive cancer center for our community. It's required. We don't want patients to have to travel great distances to receive state-of-the-art care. We can provide this here at University Medical Center and Texas Tech Health Sciences Center. These requests address deficiencies that need to be immediately overcome. I urge the commissioners to support placing this initiative on the ballot. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next, we have Michelle Grady.
Welcome, Michelle.
Hello, and good afternoon.
Thank you.
I just wanted to take a few minutes to tell you about my experience with the University Medical Center. I'm a Burgess grad as well, by the way. My relationship with the hospital started August 3rd, 2019. I was wounded critically four times. And so I was in the ambulance when I heard them make the decision to take me to UMC. And I felt a sense of relief because I knew that was the best trauma center that we have. So that gave me a sense of relief in knowing that I would be treated in a great manner. And from the time that I was there, between physicians that I saw, surgeons that I saw, housekeeping, everyone was really friendly. The community really pulled together during that time. And I have had over a dozen surgeries or procedures at UMC. After I got out of the hospital, after I got out of the hospital as well, I had to come back in for physical therapy, occupational therapy, and wound care. So I'm so grateful that they had the space to care for me and the knowledge to care for me as well, and many other people during that time. So I just urge for them to be put on, the initiative to be put on the ballot as well, because can you imagine how many more people that they are able to help with different issues, and that I know that there is a need for beds as well. So I just hope that you will agree. Thank you.
Michelle, you've been such a role model. She reminds me that, 23 people died, but 25 or 26 were injured. And she's been an advocate for us not to forget that there's other people that suffered during that day. So thank you for everything you do. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Michelle.
Next, we have Joanne Macias.
Welcome, Joanne.
Hello. So my testimony, faith over fear. At a time where life stood still for me and uncertainty was the only thing I could feel, UMC was there with a grant and gave me some peace of mind and feeling that someone cared about what I was going through. As a very independent person, I've always taken care of myself financially. With my breast cancer diagnosis early last year, the last thing I was thinking about was how my life was going to be impacted financially. In the beginning of the entire treatment process, I felt many doors closed for me, as I did not qualify for many services because of the fact I live alone, and I no longer have dependents living with me, and my income wasn't enough to sustain me. And my employment hours had to be cut short because of many procedures and treatments I was going to go through, from chemotherapy, my mastectomy, and my radiation. My medical bills and copayments were so high, I had to start prioritizing my bills. During this time, all you want and pray is to have a positive outcome and a good prognosis. When I was offered a grant from UMC, my first response to the lady that called me was, I don't qualify. I don't qualify for anything. Yes, she still told me to turn in everything that I needed to turn in, any required documents, and just to follow the process, and I did. I truly appreciate it, and I'm forever grateful to have been a recipient of this grant. It helped me tremendously financially during a time where I was running out of options. I remember clearly it was a Saturday where I no longer was able to think how I was going to do or pay some bills. I would do chemotherapy on a Friday just to be able to recover Saturday, Sunday, Monday, sometimes on a Tuesday, and go back to work. My organization at work were great, but still, there's bills to pay and stuff to do, and a lot of co-payments that are still going through even after radiation, surgery, and the chemotherapy. So it was like God had heard my prayers the night before. I sat on my couch as I received a grant in the mail on a Saturday morning. I'm so grateful and thankful we have organizations like this that make a difference in people's life that are going through this type of difficult situations. All I have gone through and endured has been a life lesson to me. I hope this continues so it makes a difference in people's life, and my testimony can be one of many. And again, I'm truly grateful and thank every single person who contributed. It was a blessing in my life.
Thank you for sharing your story. Appreciate
Thank you.
that. Thank you.
Jacqueline Pellicote. And Sherry Pellicote also.
Welcome.
Good morning, esteemed members of the Commissioners Court. My name is Sherry Pellicott, and this is my daughter, Jacqueline Pellicott. We stand before you today not just as a resident of our community, but as a family who had to rely on UMC's critical care unit and team to save Jacqueline's life. 5.5 years ago, I was a principal in an elementary school, and I got the worst phone call a parent could ever receive. Jacqueline was rushed to the hospital with a severe traumatic brain injury due to a car accident. We were told she would not survive the night, but if she did, she'd never be able to walk, talk, or eat again. We were told that she'd be in a vegetative state for the rest of her life, but the dedicated staff at UMC's critical care unit worked tirelessly to save her life. She spent 2.5 months in an induced coma at University Medical Center. Then we went to Houston for specialized therapy for traumatic brain injury, where we spent another 5 months. She started to whisper talk at 10 months, had a feeding tube for 1 year, and was in a wheelchair for 2.5 years. She was fortunate. A bed in the critical care unit was available just when she needed it the most. We were fortunate that UMC was able to give her the best care possible. We were not diverted to a hospital hundreds of miles away. Instead, we were all able to stand by her side, and she wasn't separated from her biggest support system, her family and friends.
Can I hear me?
Come right here.
I talk loud, but we'll use the mic.
Thank you.
During my 2.5 month stay in the ICU unit in an induced coma, my family witnessed firsthand the incredible skill and compassion of the medical staff at UMC. They said the ICU unit seemed as though it was constantly at capacity. Every day, my family saw the difficult decisions had to be made about which critically ill patients could be admitted and which would have to wait or be transferred elsewhere. I'm alive today because I got the care I needed when I needed it. But I can't help thinking about those who might not be as lucky. What happens when there's a major accident on the highway or an outbreak of a severe flu in our community? How many lives hang in the balance when every critical care bed is already full? Expanding the critical care unit isn't just about numbers on a spreadsheet. It's about ensuring that when our neighbors, our friends, our family members face life-threatening situations, they have access to the care they desperately need. It's about giving our dedicated healthcare workers the resources they need to save lives. Plus, I didn't talk for 10 months. Now I don't shut up, so you get the best of both worlds.
We
Not done.
You're amazing.
We understand that such an expansion requires a difficult decision about our community's priorities, but we ask you to consider this. What priority could be higher than saving lives? The investment made in UMC's critical care unit, cancer care center, and burn unit will pay dividends for years to come, and lives saved, families kept whole, and a community made stronger and more resilient. Thank you for your time and for your service to our community. We hope that by sharing our story, we help illustrate the very real, very human impact of the decision before you today. We give all the honor and glory to God, and we now have a foundation and support other families with traumatic brain injuries. And so we thank you for letting us speak here today.
Yes,
Thank you. You both are amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Do we have anybody else in the audience that'd like to speak in public comment? That completes public comment, Judge.
Thank you. Jacob, any further comments?
Just simply that, we're good at giving you a lot of numbers and statistics. And, but quite frankly, it's overwhelming when you can hear, your patients that have survived, that have gone through difficult times, and that they're able to leave better because of the care that they received at UMC or at El Paso Children's, and I'm proud of that. We have people that work there not just for the money, they work there because it's a calling. They believe in this and improving human life. I'm proud to hear our physicians speak. You forget sometimes that, they look different in a suit. But how many times I've seen Dr. Tyrock rush and run to the ER. Even when we had the August 3rd shooting in 2019, he was the first one to notify me of this, and he was in Las Vegas. And he ran through the airport to get over to El Paso to be able to stand alongside his team and save lives. And I remember when we had the COVID pandemic, and how many lives were lost, and all the sacrifices that were made, and even from our material management people, in trying to find much-needed masks and protective gear for our staff. I am very proud of what our staff does. I'm very proud of what our medical staff does. And I'm very moved when I see our patients that might have had no hope without UMC be able to walk and to be able to talk about how their lives have been improved. And I'm very proud of that. And we ask that you continue to help us support, be able to do that with your approval to place our general obligation bond on the November 5th ballot.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you to your entire team. Doctors, thank you as well. Commissioner Coronado?
Thank you, Judge. It's very, very heartening to hear all this about how our hospital district has become just a, model facility and whole system really in treating the healthcare needs of our community. Yet we still have more needs, and I know that the amount that's being proposed is still not enough. I'm happy to, support this initiative. Our community has been spoken by many out in the public. We have a lot of healthcare issues, safety issues. We have water issues in the county that contribute to a lot of our healthcare problems as well. And so, it's very heartening to see all the healthcare professionals here that are, that provide this healthcare to our community. Everybody looks so serious. It's really, guys, it's a joyous occasion. I'm glad that our community and our county is able at this point in time to really look at this plan and actually vote and carry it through. I think we should be proud of ourselves that we're able to do this for our community. It's a required mandate from the state for us to provide indigent health care, and we are doing a great job. And we're, like a lot of our professionals have stated, we have a lot of needs, and we need to support the resources to make sure that those crevices, those cracks, those gaps are filled. It's very easy. Last time that a lot of the proposals within community, we have a lot of people. It's very disappointing to hear from some people, though, about arguing against these kinds of initiatives. But I, as an elected official, I'm here. I was voted in by my constituents to look out for the health, for the safety, for the well-being, not just of my Precinct 4 constituents, but the entire county. And I am going to do everything I can to make sure that this gets done, because we don't just need it. This plan that I see is just barely to get us to our capacity we require now. And I wish we could do more. And I know in the future we'll be able to do a lot more, because as some of our professionals mentioned, we're not a third-rate city. We're not a third-rate. We deserve every bit as much as the other major metros in our state. And by God, I'm glad, to be able to have this come before me, that I have some kind of a...
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Holguin?
Thank you. Concerns among some of the residents, but thank you to you and your team for hearing those concerns. And the concerns weren't about the projects. Everyone knows these projects are absolutely needed to improve health outcomes in our communities. I think the concerns were more with the process. So I want to thank you and your team for listening to the concerns of our residents and for allowing this proposal to go out to the voters, because I think the residents really will appreciate having that opportunity to have a voice in the future of our hospital district.
Thank you, Commissioner. Caesar?
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout and a second from Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open. And the motion carries.
Thank you very
Jacob.
much.
Thank you, all of you.
Taking a break, or?
He didn't say anything. I don't know if they're trying to figure out whether we're going to do the...
You want to go? Okay. Yes. Commissioners, court will recess for 1 hour, sir? Judge?
Yeah, set 1 hour.
1 hour? Okay, thank you. Commissioners, court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:04 p.m.
stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the county of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities. And so, you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings. There you go.
Ready? The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, 9, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID. And I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. And there's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention
that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where, as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things I think about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and they're roped off and you can't really go in. You kind of have to see them from afar. And that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you would like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your screen.
your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the Pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the county of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reached all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground, swings,
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID. And I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
Yeah. And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. There's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where, as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things I think about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and they're roped off and you can't really go in. You kind of have to see them from afar. And that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you'd like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your screen.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the Pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the County of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground, swings,
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID, and I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
Yeah. And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. And there's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where, as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things I think about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and they're roped off and you can't really go in. You kind of have to see them from afar. And that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you would like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your screen.
current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the Pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the County of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reached all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings.
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID. And I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
Yeah. And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have
Go ahead. Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 1:10 p.m. We will be getting to items from item 10, A, B, and C shortly. We do have item 7B first. receive a presentation and discuss and take appropriate action on the fiscal year 2024-2025 budgets and property tax rates for emergency service districts 1 and 2.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Judge. John Serra, Director of Budget and Finance. Our El Paso Emergency Services Districts 1 and 2 would like to present on their proposed FY25 budget and their proposed tax rates. As you know, they provide a lot of good services to the county. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to them, but before I do, there is an action that is needed after they finish their presentations. If the court approves their budgets and tax rates, then the court needs to take that action. Okay? Thank you.
Welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Chris Menendez, Fire Chief for Paso County Emergency Services District Number 1. To my left, I have Administrator Catherine Ames. Also, we have in the audience Administrative Assistant Fabiola Torres. And earlier this morning, we had two of our commissioners that had to leave because of work, Commissioner Anaya and Commissioner Rankins. So, thank you for this opportunity to present our budget proposal, seeking your approval for fiscal year 24-25. I'm going to go over our mission, which is to provide a high level of cost-efficient quality services to the citizens of El Paso County. This is accomplished by the effective use of its volunteer and career personnel in cooperation with other public agencies, utilizing state-of-the-art equipment, initiatives, techniques, and technology. Our vision is to provide exceptional community-focused ESD services, meeting the ever-changing needs of our stakeholders while a safe and secure environment. Some of our 2025 initiatives include we are one of the few departments seeking or having a all mandated paramedic program. I know the University UMC was here earlier this morning, and that goes kind of hand in hand with providing quality services and the highest level of medical care in the emergency setting in the field. Also with that, we have a future training facility that is being proposed in our fiscal budget that will allow us to train our future firefighters and also maintain the requirements for our current firefighters. Some of our community outreach, which was one of our biggest pushes, was we partnered with some of the school districts within our community. This included Clint ISD. We were also able to participate in 42 events throughout the area, which we made contact with approximately 15,000 members that were impacted by the services and by the messages that was being provided to them during these community events. So this is our stat in regards to ISO, which is Insurance Service Office, also known as the PPC, which is also known as Public Protection Classification, which recognizes the efforts of communities to provide fire protection services to the citizens and property owners. So the benefit of this is the lower the grade you get in regards to point value, you offer lower premiums in the communities with a better protection. We scored an 88.26, which rated us a Class 2. Class 1 is the best. 10 would be the opposite. And during this, we had two gradings, one for the municipality of Horizon, and then the other surrounding areas that we provide services to, which was also a 2. We were recently reevaluated this past month by the ISO membership, and we're seeking in the next 9 months to obtain a rating of 1 for the community of Horizon, and then of course a 2 for the surrounding areas, with the intent of seeking a 1 in the future through budget enhancements and through community programming to seek that 1 for the remaining area that we provide services to. As you can see in the community risk reduction, we scored a 5.39, which is near max. Water points, 39.24, which is near max. Fire department points, which I'll talk to you in the next slide. And then, of course, emergency communication service center points, we maxed out in that point value system there. 3 of the main things that you'll see proposed in this budget year is deployment in regards to completing our headquarters, additional stations, staffing. The model is you get graded upon a response from alarm to door, and the model for ISO is 5.3 minutes. And so our goal is to obtain that. Currently, we scored a 6.82 out of 10. Personnel-wise, again, a full complement during a structural fire requires 12 personnel. We scored a 7.72 out of a total possible scoring, and this requirement requires us to hire more personnel to provide better services and safer service for our firefighters and for the community. And lastly, training. The training facilities in our proposed budget for this year. Again, this will allow us to train future firefighters for the paid positions that we are seeking, along with maintaining the firefighters that are currently on our staff. This is the overall grading that you see here. With a total of 2,288 potential fire departments within Texas, we're in the top 14% as an ISO 2. Again, for the municipality of Horizon City, our goal is to get within that top 4% to be the top 100 in the ISO Class 1 rating for now, and in the future, get that grading for the surrounding areas that we provide services to. Some of the district growth, as you heard, we have a potential competitor for Topgolf that's looking at building within the Horizon City community, along with medical offices and a proposed hospital, among other construction projects, including warehouses, commercial, industrial, and of course, residential. For fire prevention, we have done to date operational permits 494. We're looking at approximately 851 by end of year. When it came to the ISO grading, the Fire Marshal's Division scored a 5.4 out of 5.5. Prevention code and enforcement near maxed out at 2.09 of a possible 2.2. Safety and education maxed out at 2.2 of 2.2, and investigations maxed out at 1.1 of 1.1. So our fire prevention division is doing exceptionally well with the staffing that they have and the personnel. Within the career firefighters, we are proposing 9 additional firefighters for the paid staffing to staff C shift, which would give us a total of 27. Volunteer firefighters, we have 45. Fire marshals, we currently have 10. And administrative staff, we have 10. So this county search and rescue team is comprised of 34 members from different agencies, to include ESD 1, 13 members, ESD 2, 8 members, Texas Parks, 2 members, Sheriff's Office, 8 members, and Horizon PD, 3 members. And they responded to 7 calls thus far this year. They do participate in monthly trainings, and not only do they do search and rescue on land, but also water rescue in the canal system. Looking at our 6-year call volume, from 2019 to 2020, our call volume was 3,421. To date, we're at 4,275 with a projected of 5,017. And so that's a steady incline of about 8 to 10% per year. If you notice the fire totals, this year we are projected to have the lowest of the past 6 years at 155 fire calls. And so I contribute that to the great work our fire marshal's office is doing with permitting and operations. The fire breakdown is structural fires 29%, vehicle fires 21%, brush fires 27%, rubbish fires 19%, and all other fires at 4%. 20-year trend, if you look back to 2013, we're at 1,422. As I mentioned earlier, to date, we're projected to be at 5,017, and by 2033, we're projected to be at 7,625 calls. So again, this goes hand in hand, working with the projected income and increase of 8 to 10% call volume per year based upon the extreme growth that we're experiencing within our community. Alarm to time arrivals, if you look at last year, was 7.35 minutes in comparison to now at 8.15. The national standard is 8 minutes. A couple contributing factors to this, some being the increase due to calls from the increase of call volume in regards to calls being further from the station, requiring further distance, response times, construction, traffic, and of course, multiple calls happening at one time. So when multiple calls happen, the main station that's supposed to handle it gets backed up by a secondary station, which thus increases that response time. And so that's one of the other factors in our proposed budget, to add additional units to be able to respond to the multiple calls that come in during peak times. Next, I'm going to show you a video of some of the accomplishments that we have. It's very short.
One second, we're going to have a small technical issue on our end. Just 1 second.
That video is a reflection or a synopsis of all the events we've done this year, the commitment we have to our firefighters, and the commitment we have to the community and to you all. With that, I'll pass it over to Administrator Catherine Ames, who will give you the budget breakdown.
Thank you, Chief.
So today we come before you to present our budget, which is $18,201,046.66. So our budget is comprised of 6 different categories. At 27% of our budget, it's payroll and salaries at $4,885,000. Capital improvements, which is another 27% of our budget at $4,911,000. Liability and interest, 18% of our budget at $3,234,000. And then we have operations at 13% of our budget, $2,407,000. And construction, professional services at 10%, $1,857,000. And construction at 5% of our budget at $904,472. I want to talk a little bit about the key points of our budget. So this year, our sales tax collection superseded what we had budgeted for the 24 year by $2.2 million. We had a lot of financial responsible investing, yielding $1,045,000 in interest this year. We increased the number of rooftops in our district by 1,254. And this year we are rolling over encumbered funds from our headquarters project that we have budgeted in the 24 year, 1.5 million of that. And then just to let you know that in our budget, we have $4,838,705, which is dedicated towards the headquarters project. And that's to purchase all the remainder of equipment and that type of thing. So the headquarters project is 26% of our operations budget. So our board did propose a 10-cent tax rate, and so that you're aware, an average homeowner would only pay $4.39 per week to access emergency services, which is equivalent to 1 cup of coffee a week. Our budget summary, the Board of Commissioners of El Paso County ESD1 will be voting on a budget of $18,201,046.66 for the 2025 fiscal year on Thursday, August 15th. They'll also be voting on the tax rate and holding a public hearing. This represents an increase of $5,884,991.57, which is a 47.78% compared to the fiscal year. But again, to remind you, $4.8 million of this is a one-time expense for our headquarters project. Under the payroll and salaries category, it did increase by $1,578,344.67, reflecting a 47.72% change. The ESD does remain dedicated to employee retention and recruitment, addressing the priority by increasing employee wages, benefit packages, and aspiring to become competitive with other departments in our region. Our liability and interest category did increase by $328,910.04. This is an 11.32% change, and that's because the ESD procured funding for the acquisition of a new ladder and brush truck this fiscal year. For our professional services, we did see a decrease in this category by $52,715.08, which is a 2.75% decrease. Most of it is because the architect fees for our ESD headquarters has been paid out in this fiscal year, and also due to recent audit rule changes, some of those professional fees will be budgeted in the capital improvements category. For operations, this category did increase by $572,076.27, reflecting a 31.17% change. The department's fire hoses, which have a life expectancy of 10 years, service life of 10 years, so we will be replacing a large quantity of these this fiscal year. And additionally, we are updating fire equipment and equipping our new trucks being placed into service. The construction budget, we hadn't had this part of our budget, but because we have two projects, we have our headquarters project and our training land facility projected for next year, we went ahead and added this to be a part of the budget. And it does encompass the contingency funding for the headquarters project, as well as funding for various construction and professional services for the training land project. Our capital improvements, this category did increase by $2,553,903.05, reflecting a 108.31% change. And the additional funding is for that equipment, furnishings, and technology for the headquarters building, which is currently under construction and scheduled for completion in September of 2025. The budget also includes provisions for community events to further support our efforts in the safety and community risk reduction. So as a recap of our budget, our board is proposing a 10-cent tax rate, which is the same as our current budget year. It would be consistent of an INS tax rate of 0.047526 and an M&O tax rate of 0.052674. And to recap where the funding is coming for the budget, our property tax collection is $6,785,638.19. Then we have our estimated FY25 sales tax collection at $6,305,056. Our previous year income, as I have mentioned, is $2.2 million rolled over from our sales tax to also include our investment income for a total of $3,611,002.95. And then again, those fiscal year 24 encumbered funds for the headquarters project, $1,499,349.52. So again, our total budget, $18,201,046.66, which is an increase of 47.78%. We are also going to have a reserve balance of $3,667,854, which is 20% of our operating budget. Commissioners, we're available for any questions regarding the ESD1 budget.
Commissioner Leon?
I think it was one in one of the charts was $2.2 million over the projected amount.
Our sales tax, sir. Our
Your sales tax?
Yes.
So it came in well over what you expected.
Yes, we're still in the infancy stages of sales tax, so I feel like every year we're not quite sure what we're going to collect. And as you guys know, I think Commissioner Holguin mentioned is that the rate of population growth in our district is huge, and every day a new restaurant opens, a new building, a new something. So our sales tax is a little volatile right now, in that we don't know how to predict it in the good way, right? Because we're collecting more than we anticipated. So yes, this year, not including the last 2 months of the fiscal year, we did find that we had $2.2 million. And so it's in our favor because we have these projects, these capital projects, and so it's very helpful in funding those.
And I'm not saying that it's incorrect or anything, but knowing that you came in over 2.2, yet you're asking for a 10% increase. Is there someplace else where you're coming up short?
So because of the growth of our district, we're trying to keep up with that. I think the chief had mentioned too that we're having this training facility that we're looking to build, and then with this headquarters. This isn't just the beginning. This is just the beginning of our building projects. So we're also looking at Station 3 and 4. The growth is so huge, and we're really trying to be more proactive than reactive when it comes to emergency services, making sure that our response times are adequate, as the chief had mentioned. So that's why we're building ourselves up for that great growth in our district, and we're trying to be fiducially responsible with how we spend the money on the projects within our district.
Thank you.
Catherine, can I ask you a follow-up question on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you all subject to the same rules we are about excess sales tax?
No, ma'am.
It does not have to be used to pay off your debt?
No.
Okay.
Special districts are not required to have that.
Catherine, what was the budget for last year?
The budget last year was $13,362,341.66.
So the increase for this coming year's budget is mostly due to the expenses related to the new headquarters and the training facility, correct?
Yes. 4.8 million, I believe is what I mentioned, is the increase for the headquarters. And a lot of it is so yes, 4.8 million for the headquarters. We have financed the cost of the building, but we are funding through operations and sales tax and property tax, the furnishings, all of those types of things that go into the building, as well as the contingency fund.
So those are one-time expenses?
Yes, ma'am.
As we get the building up and running?
So when you take out that portion of it, we're only at an 8% increase. When you take out those one-time expenses of the headquarters, our budget really is only an 8% increase. But it seems larger because we include everything in there, so.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, I did want to note, so I know John talked about action, but normally the court just gives feedback right now because their boards have not adopted the budgets. So you're not formally approving the budgets or the tax rate today. You hear the presentations, and then you provide ask any questions, provide any feedback, and then we will bring back the actual adoption.
Betsy, I know that Wally would have some input into their budget. And John, do you have any opinion or recommendations?
Thank you. So I would rather take a look at all their previous budgets to have an educated response to that question. I did see, I reviewed their current budget. I did see that they have the majority of the expense, the increase is for their headquarters. I would, if I was to ask, I would ask, like, there is $1.5 million in additional cost for salaries. I would ask how many positions does that include? And if it's increases or raises, I would ask what those are as well. I know from prior experience in other places that we need to be competitive when you have different districts in the same area. You need to be competitive to be able to retain staffing. And so I know that used to be a problem in other places, and they had to pay more or create some incentive programs. So that could be what you have here. But I would dive deeper into it.
And
It does include 10 additional firefighter operational positions. It does include a, we don't want to call it leveling, but as Mr. Cerro was saying, how we want to be competitive. And so when we first started the program, a starting firefighter was making $36,000. And so this year, we looked at the funding, we looked at what was happening within an area, and a lot of our firefighters were leaving to go to other places because they pay significantly more. One agency starting pay is $72,000. Now, we cannot compete with that, but we increased the salary for a starting firefighter to be $46,000 this year for that firefighter to be competitive with the other agencies, because we just recently had a academy where we trained 12 individuals from start to finish, and we lost 2 before we even finished the program. And so what we're trying to eliminate is them leaving, whether it be a month from now, a year from now, or 10 years from now, to seek other opportunities to make more money.
And just for also, this, I want to be clear too, because I think both ESDs are doing phenomenal work in our community. But I want to also clarify, we haven't actually received and if we have, I haven't seen the actual copy of the budget. We have the presentation, but not the actual budget. And so that's one of the things too, before we fully comment on our analysis, we'd like to see the actual budget.
I did send a copy of our budget on Friday, but I do know that it was probably very quick before the meeting. Our Board of Commissioners had their second budget retreat on Thursday. This was kind of a different time for us. Usually we have one budget retreat. We stay until everything is where everyone feels comfortable with the budget. But it did come down to salaries this year. The chief had mentioned we proposed 3 different salary scales. And so the board asked us at our first budget retreat to come back to them with some more evidence, some more information. So we broke down the budget more. We provided job descriptions and pay in the region so that we could provide them with a real comprehensive vision of what we were looking at for salaries. So salaries was the last deciding factor for our board. So they met on Thursday as our last budget retreat to review this. So we do apologize for it being a very quick turnaround to get it to you all first thing on Friday morning, but I do understand that you have a lot to review. So we do have that in with the budget office, but we're happy to discuss that with them if they have further questions as well.
And I understand that, I know that you have to be competitive on wages, that Midland, Odessa is paying pretty high wages for those same firefighters, is that correct?
Yeah, we can't compete with oil money, but that's what's happening over there in those areas. Reeves County is another one. And so the surrounding areas, we can't be equivalent to, but we're doing what we can within our means to provide a sufficient salary for a starting firefighter.
Thank you.
And I think the new headquarters will also go a long way to providing the tools that our firefighters need to be able to continue to do their job protecting our communities. So I'm really excited to see the headquarters once it's built, and the training facility too.
Thank you. Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. And now we have ESD2 ready for their own presentation.
Thank you, Chief. Same situation, Betsy,
Yes,
on the
sir.
budget? Okay. Welcome, Chief.
Way taller, sorry.
Uh-oh.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chief Esparza with El Paso County ESD number 2. Thank you for having us this afternoon. As we begin our presentation, of course, let me highlight a couple of things. We did complete the purchase of a new real estate for our Socorro Station number 2, which will be the beginning stages of development for it starting this fiscal year. We also purchased 2 new quints to serve the community of Canutillo and Socorro area in the construction of the Fabens Fire Station. We also initiated the stipend program for our volunteers. ESD 2 is currently working on completing the special projects of the training room remodel at our West Side Fire Station and the kitchen remodel at the Montana Vista Fire Station. Call volume overview for the last 5 years. 2019, we had 2020, 9,621 calls to now that we have 10,305 calls. Just keeps growing. The response times from July 1st, 2023 to June 30, 2024 is we're averaging 7 minutes, 69 seconds for a response, and we have the breakdown of every department there so that you all can see. Medical breakdown, rescue emergencies, we had 6,702 calls, 68%. Motor vehicle accidents, 669 at 7%. Service calls, 543 at 6%. Hazardous conditions, 270 at 3%. Special incidents, 189 at 2%. Good intent and canceled calls, 28 at 0%. And false alarms at 1,416 at 15%. The 2023 fire breakdown is, as you can see, we have brush fires, 123, overpressure, 5, rubbish fires, 185, structure fires, 123, and 52 vehicle fires. Fire Marshal's Office services all of El Paso County ESD number 2 and enforces the 2015 International Fire Code. We inspect businesses, structure fire investigations, death investigations, and issue citations for fire code violations. Construction operational permits over the last 4 years. 2021, we had 254 compared to 467 now. Our growth is barely beginning. We see a lot of growth. We see a lot of new hotels coming to East El Paso, and they're starting to come in. Here we have a Home 2 Suites Hotel, Holiday Inn Express, BSG Building 2, Kingship Commons, Tropicana Homes, Urgent Care, Vanguard, Eastwood Buildings, Thor Industrial Buildings, Socorro Logistics, and Murphy USA. Now I'll hand it over to Ms. Mariana Navarrete for the budget breakdown.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mariana Navarrete with ESD number 2. Good to see you all here today. So just a little bit of our budget breakdown. Our budget for fiscal year 24-25, our proposed budget is at $11,863,593.76. And it consists of our code enforcement, our sales tax, and our property tax. And that is our biggest budget expense is our salaries, pensions, and payroll, coming at $2.9 million, 26% of our budget. Our liability and interest at $1,795,207.28, coming at 15%. Our stipend program at $1.1 million at 9%. Our professional fees at $1 million, which is 9%. Our insurance services, $1,108,487.28 at 10%. Our general expenses, $1.2 million at 10%. Our building and maintenance at $382,740 with 3%. Our capital improvements at $1.4 million, 12%. Our FD supplies, which include our fire, medical, and office, at $145,000, which is 1%. Our PPE and uniforms at $394,200, 3%. Our training and travel expenses at $175,000, a 2%.
Our budget summary. The El Paso County ESD2 Board of our Commissioners will be adopting a budget of $11,863,593.76 on Tuesday, August 13th for the 24-25 fiscal year. This is an increase of $1.6 million, a 16.57% over the current 23-24 fiscal year budget. Reserves in the amount of $1.2 will be used to balance the budget for fiscal year 24-25. The breakdown for our salaries, payroll, and taxes and pensions, we currently have 33 employees, and we are adding an additional 4 firefighter full-time positions and 1 captain position for the next fiscal year. A COLA has also been budgeted for next fiscal year to keep up with the cost of, keeping competitive with the departments around us. Our liability and interest, this category did decrease by $267,787.46, a 13% change. And this decrease, Commissioners, is due to 4 of our loans that were being paid off. We have recommended this next year for our board to go into some debt since our debt rate is decreasing every year. So we have that actually on the agenda for tomorrow to discuss that. Our stipend program did not change. We actually kept the same amount budgeted, the $1 million. And that is due to, since it started this year in January, we're still trying to figure out how much it's going to actually cost. And we are trying to increase the stipend cost for each volunteer. Right now, we're paying about, $5 for meals. We don't think that's enough for our volunteers to be getting that stipend amount. So we are currently talking to our legal to see how increase, so we can also get more members to join as a volunteer. Our professional fees, this category increased by $63,855.80, a 7% change. This is due to an increase in the dispatching services provided by the Horizon City Police Department, the cost increase of our annual audit, and appraisal district fees. Our insurances, this category increased by $151,749.96, a 16% change. And this is also due to the additional staff we are bringing on board, increase of workers' comp, health insurance, and our policies. For building, vehicle, equipment, and repair and maintenance, this category increased by $60,240, a 19% change. This increase in the category is due to our yearly pump, ladder test, and hose testing, and our PPE testing. Our FD, supplies, and fire medical did not have an increase. Our general expenses did increase by $27,310, a 3% change. Our PPE and uniforms, this category increased by $50,375, a 15% change. This increase is due to replacement of our obsolete PPE for our volunteers and staff. Our training and certification was a small increase of 4%, $6,200. Our capital improvements, this category did increase by $1,185,576, a 472% change. The reason for this is some of these capital improvements projects, we're not doing them every year. There's a one-time, as ESD was mentioning. So there is an increase from this year to our current year. And those capital improvements encompass improvements to Montana Vistas landscaping, a new technical rescue equipment, architect plans for the new Socorro station we plan to build on North Loop and Waco tanks, and repairs to our burn building for the Clint station, or burn training building facility, sorry, and the purchase of 87 APX 8500 mobile radios. Our budget recap. Budget total amount of $11,863,593.76, a 16.57% increase from our current fiscal year 23-24, which consists of our property tax at $5,444,674.70, sales tax projected at $4,820,940, and as I mentioned, reserves of $1.2 million would be used to balance our budget. Code enforcement, $350,000. And our board is proposing to adopt a tax rate of 0.078856, which consists of the INS tax rate of 0.024744, and the maintenance and operating of 0.054112. And we are estimating to have our reserve balance of $5 million, which is a 58% of our operating budget. Questions, commissioners?
I got a quick. So on the reserves, is there a need to have it at close to 60%? That's.
We're actually, that amount is going to go down because we're using some of those reserves to balance our budget. Yes, so it's actually going to be about 4.8 million, our reserves.
Okay, but it'll still be about 50%.
It'd still be about 50%.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question about what is the status of the water points in both the areas that y'all cover? Well, as far as the access to them, and do we have enough of that in the county to be able to service when the calls come up?
Back more water service in East Montana and the East El Paso. Some areas in the Canutillo area are also lacking. It's not a lot, but it's better than what it used to be.
Okay. And what is the plan to remedy that?
To us, it would be the county's plan to handle that. We don't know what the plan is to remedy that.
Okay, and how do you present that to us so that we can take action?
It's a very hard, touchy subject because you all only cover a certain percentage of the water systems, and there's a lot of other muds. That'd be up to their boards to figure out how to get that squared away. So we cover, I believe, like 7 different muds within our area, and they're all different.
Right. But how do we coordinate so that we're able to address these issues?
I think it'd be beneficial to have a meeting with all those muds and kind of bring them together and figure out how we can expand. There is a need out there.
How can we do that?
We can work with the ESD and work on bringing together all the muds to address. It would be helpful to have what the access points are now. I don't know if we have that in GIS, but we might be able to find out. And meet with all the muds and the ESD and see where the access points should be.
I think that might be a good thing to do this coming year, to plan for, make sure that access. I know some areas that some really bad fires happened, both in Commissioner Holguin's and my precinct, and I'm sure, and Commissioner Leon's issues that they've had out there with those. So I really think we need to kind of address these with the different and coordinate with that. But thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, Commissioner Leon, please.
Yeah, Chief, when you fought that big fire we had over in Montana Vista earlier this year, there was an extremely heavy use of water that we used. Do you remember how much water we used and who pays for that?
So I believe we used about 2 million gallons of water, and that all is the taxpayers. It's coming out of county funds that are going to pay for that.
Yeah, I knew we had used a vast amount of water. I didn't realize it was in the 2 million gallon area. Wow. Okay, thank you.
Further questions? If not, thank you both.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank you. Appreciate it. This will be brought back, Betsy, next.
Yes, sir. We'll put them back on once we've done the budget reviews, and we'll put them back on for the court's action.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Item number 10A from County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the dissolution of the El Paso County Bond Advisory Committee.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Jose Ronderos with County Administration. As our office will be presenting a few items related to our ongoing capital planning process. One that we wanted to take care of administratively before doing that is the dissolution of the Bond Advisory Committee. As you all know, the court organized this committee to develop a recommendation for your consideration and review in terms of debt opportunities that the county has at this time. The terms for all the members expired on July 31st, so last month. And so just given the fact that they have met their charge, the bylaws that were adopted and the rules that were put into place all revolved around the idea of developing this recommendation. We're recommending that the court formally dissolve the committee with the understanding that we will begin working on drafting the new iteration of what those rules and procedures are for the county to consider having a debt oversight committee, which should very much be the same, in the same spirit of just ensuring that there's transparency and accountability back to the taxpayers on the county's use of debt moving forward. And so we would ask for your favorable consideration. I'm available to take any questions the court may have.
They've been notified, right?
Yes, we notified them this morning, and then we're bringing back an item in the coming weeks to recognize them for the work that they did.
Judge,
By the way, they did an amazing job.
Judge, may I?
Yes, Commissioner.
I just want to thank all the committee members because it's a lot of time that they have to dedicate, and sometimes it's during work hours, and so I really appreciate the service that they all provided, and I know we'll be recognizing them, but it's a pretty tough job to sit there through all those presentations and be able to make heads or tails out of them and do the priorities that they think our community needs, and so I want to thank them for their work.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We have a motion from Commissioner Stout and a second from Commissioner Coronado. Voting is open. And motion carries.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 10B. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the adoption of the El Paso County Capital Improvement Bond Program project list.
Do you remember earlier when Jose said he was going to make me nervous? Now it's my turn. No, just kidding. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Betsy Keller, County Administrator. For as long as I can remember, the county has discussed the need to improve our assets like parks and the Coliseum, and the need to address critical issues for our community such as animal services, mental health rehabilitation, and victim services and senior services. And during the August 3rd mass shooting and throughout the pandemic, we saw the critical infrastructure needs for our medical examiner's office. But this court has been doing more than discussing these issues. You have been addressing and preparing for these needs in proactive ways with plans such as the Parks Master Plan, studies like the Coliseum and Events Venue Study, grants like Community Project Funding Request for the Senior Nutrition Kitchen, and for parks. You've sought donations of property, you've supported innovative and creative programs, and you've demanded community input throughout these plans and studies of the staff. You've demanded from staff that we do that. And as part of this process in preparing, the court created an advisory committee to understand how various types of bonds work and to evaluate the enormous amount of demands we have for investing in the county and the community. The committee did its best with what was a very difficult job in determining the projects to recommend for the court's consideration. The process also included 2 rounds of community outreach, as well as focus groups and surveys, and that feedback was incorporated into the final recommendations for the measures the court will consider. Today, we're asking for the court to consider taking this process to the next step for community input, and that's to order an election that would allow the community to provide their decision on whether these projects are things they want to come to be and are willing to be levied a tax on themselves to pay for these initiatives. I'd like to turn this over to Executive Director of Strategic Capital Development, Jose Landeros, to take us through the presentation on this item.
Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you, Mrs. Keller, and good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros of the Office of Capital Planning and County Administration, also a proud Burgess alumni. Go Mustangs. I'm proud to be able to present the next two items related to the county's ongoing multi-year capital planning process. High risk, high yield joke, Judge.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue, though.
You might remember that the judge is in the minority insofar as
Yes.
Yeah.
I've been noticing that. I'll work on that.
This past year here on the slide represents a culmination of years' worth of work related to a robust planning effort. But really, the steps that the county took to get to this point go back approximately 7 years, as several steps were taken beginning in 2015 to begin adopting and implementing best practices related to fiscal responsibility and debt management, including the creation of the chief administrator and her office, as well as establishing the Budget and Finance Department under the direct purview of the Commissioner's Court. The county's capital planning process has evolved over several years under the leadership of the court and direction of Chief Administrator Keller. A little over a year ago, the county embarked on a most comprehensive and deliberate planning process to lead us to where we are today. After 24 public meetings throughout the county, approximately 20 pop-up presentations to various civic organizations and committees, 9 meetings of our citizen-led bond advisory committee, and 4 Commissioners Court capital planning workshop in the past recent weeks, we are now at the final 2 steps of this planning process. The first item is related to the recommended project list associated with a possible general obligation bond, and the next item for your consideration would be an item to adopt an order calling for a bond election to be held in the county on the November 5th, 2024 general election ballot. There are 26 projects included in the detailed project listing attached to the agenda item that reflect the ongoing project development and revision process I mentioned on the previous slide. After thorough review by our staff, the county attorney's office, and bond counsel and financial advisor, we are recommending structuring the upcoming issuance to be grouped into the following 5 propositions. Proposition A, Parks and Recreation totaling $95.6 million and includes investments in the county's regional and neighborhood park system. The 19 projects that are proposed under this proposition include various improvements to Escarate Park, including the construction of a new festival ground spanning over the former Western Playland site, as well as the equipping and expansion of facilities at Veterans Park and Reisinger Park in Fabens, Gallegos Park in the far northwest, Sparks Park, Coyote Park in Tornillo, Ruben Estrella in Montana Vista, Agua Dulce Park, San Felipe Park north of Fabens, Westway Park, and the modernization of the lighting system at the county sports park. The proposition also funds various trails connecting parks to other trail systems or designated neighborhood centers, as well as administrative space at the Escarate Regional Park for related offices. Proposition B, totaling $26.7 million, provides for the design and construction of a new office of the medical examiner to meet our community's growing demand for this service. This project may also include the acquisition of land to construct the facility whose design is well underway through the use of American Rescue Plan Act funding. Proposition C supports the court's goal and vision of meeting residents where they are, but providing for the design and construction of new county sub-courthouses or annexes in various parts of the community, including the Corbin Zambrano Center in South Central El Paso, an expansion of the Isleta Annex located along the historic Mission Trail, as well as a new county annex to serve the far east side of the community. The proposition totals $63.29 million. Proposition D, at $105.5 million, includes improvements identified by El Paso County's events and venue feasibility study of the Coliseum. This consists of renovations that will improve seating options and ADA accessibility and potentially add other improvements to the building's outdoor area. This includes adding a second sheet of ice to the, as well as renovating the Sherman Barn to activate it into a revenue-generating event space to increase capacity for public skating and hockey and other events. The final proposition, E, is for the construction of the East Montana Animal Shelter, which will be adjacent to the El Paso County Jail Annex. The shelter will provide for the care of the pets in our community by providing low-cost or no-cost vaccinations, as well as spay and neuter surgeries. In turn, this will reduce the spread of disease in the population of stray animals, and additionally, The animal shelter will alleviate the need to take animals to the City of El Paso shelter, which is located more than 30 miles from the county's direct service area. This proposition totals $32.7 million. The 5 propositions total $323.795 million, and if approved by voters, would raise the county's debt tax rate by 3 cents. What this means to the average homeowner in 2024 with a home value of $200,956 is about $5 per month, or a little over $60 per year. The amounts presented on this slide and those that I just mentioned reflect the project funds that would be available for project development. The total debt service for this amount is estimated to be $449,750, meaning the county would pay approximately $183,339,750 in interest over the course of the anticipated 20-year repayment, which represents 50% of the amount of the project cost. For comparison, if someone were to finance a $200,000 home today, which is about the average home value in our community, using a 20-year mortgage, providing the required 3.5% down payment of $7,000, and assuming a market interest rate of 6.7%, the home buyer would pay $158,347 in interest over the course of the loan repayment period, which represents about 80% of the amount of their home cost.
Jose, I'm sorry. I'm not sure if there was another slide that had all of those figures. I don't want to make you repeat
No,
them.
ma'am. No, but I'm happy to repeat them if you'd like.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
So the total debt service is $486,449,750. And so the interest that is on the amount of interest is $183,339,750.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And Jose, at what percent is that projection?
We are projecting an interest rate of 6.5% to give us flexibility in the event that there is a need to pursue a taxable interest to provide for private use in any of the facilities, especially facilities that might require it, like the Coliseum or even some of the parks. And so that was the percentage that was updated in the order after coordination with bond counsel and our financial advisor.
Okay, is there any proposal for tax-free municipal bonds to be, or certain type of tax-free bonds?
A majority of the planning that's gone in is presuming tax-exempt issuances, but we're still projecting potential higher interest rate for the need to have some flexibility to be able to do taxable issuances as well.
Okay.
And that assumes, those numbers and those rates assume that there's no ahead of schedule pay downs.
And again, the
Sales tax continues at the rate, probably will be ahead of schedule pay down.
And an increase in the property tax values.
Correct. If the county were to proceed with calling for an election and the voters approve the propositions as outlined on the previous slide, the county would pursue 2 tranche issuances for funding of these projects. The first in 2025, totaling approximately $125 million, and the second 2 years later for the remaining balance of the project funds required. For illustrative purposes, the maximum capacity of 325 is illustrated here, but that $200 million figure would be subject to change based on the amount of funds that would still be required on that second issuance, but not to exceed the amount that's authorized by voters. These values represent the maximum issuances and may be adjusted in the event some propositions are approved and others may not be. As I previously discussed, the county has recently completed a series of engagement meetings to provide information related to our ongoing capital planning process. As we've continued to work through our internal timeline, we have presented the following timeline in 2 of the court's most recent capital workshops: a public outreach plan related to providing residents in the community with information that is directly related to the county's propositions. The sessions are focused on providing factual basis information to each of the propositions and would span over 12 public meetings that would be a combination of 4 virtual and 8 in-person meetings, which would be scheduled Thursday evenings or Saturday mornings, beginning in September and running through October. Additionally, we are working on scheduling quick briefing meeting opportunities with various civic organizations, such as local Rotary clubs, to occur during that same time frame. Based on the court's previous direction, We have been working on finalizing this meeting schedule and implementing preliminary steps to engage our consultants to help promote these informational meetings. I will add that this effort will be led strictly by the county's communication division, including Dr. Agos and her comms team. All of these efforts are scheduled to be completed by mid-October, with early voting beginning on Monday, October 21st, and concluding on Friday, October 30th, and Election Day being Tuesday, November 5th. Concludes my presentation on this first item. But before presenting the court with the recommended action related to the item, I'd ask for your indulgence to allow me to thank the vast number of people who have worked diligently over this past year on this effort. Starting with Ms. Norma Rivera Palacios and the Public Works Leadership Team, including Mr. Fernie Hernandez, Mr. Michael McRoy, Mr. Tim Fulton, Mr. Robin Soli, Ms. Lydia Arias, Ms. Melina Banuelos, Mr. Munzer El Siraj, our internal subject matter experts in all of these projects, as well as Mr. George Morales and Ms. Alma Bonilla, who helped structure the important data on a public-facing GIS website. Ms. Melissa Carrillo and the leadership team that she has in ITD and budget, including Mr. Art Nevares and Ms. Karina Campos, as well as Mr. John Serra and Ms. Jessica Garza, and Dr. Laura Gallegos and the entire communications division, Desiree, Miguel, Alexis, Elijah, Oscar, and Ilan, for helping us day in and day out to share information with the public about every single aspect of this project. County Attorney Cristina Sanchez, also a proud Burgess Mustang, and her leadership team, including Mr. Eddie Sosa, Ms. Erica Rosales Negaglione, Burgess Mustang, and Ms. Claudia Aranda, a proud Jefferson Silver Fox, and Ms. Claudia Aranda, whose work over the past year on debt management will undoubtedly lead her to an honorary degree in finance in the future. Ms. Barbara Parker and the auditor's office, including Ms. Donna Teague and Mr. Jim Utterback, our consultants on this effort, including our financial advisor, Stiefel, our bond counsel at McCall, our public relations team at Barracuda, and the technical minds at M&K Architects. I'd specifically thank the hard work of a few individuals whose work behind the scenes kept the entire process moving forward, from covering presentations in Sunrise to civic organizations to late night emails and messages to help meet our internal deadlines. Mr. Robert Reed, Burgess Mustang, Mr. Cristian Martinez, Ms. Danielle Chavez, and Ms. Christine Cuevas, another Burgess Mustang from the capital planning team. I'm proud to have been able to work alongside them to help facilitate this process for our community. And last but certainly not least, you, Judge, Commissioners, and Chief Administrator Keller. Your unwavering support and feedback help make this process successful, and we thank you for your vision and drive to serve our community. And with that, we'd ask for the court's favorable consideration on this item, and I'm available to take any questions that you all may have.
And we thank you, Jose. Thank you for that leadership. Thank you.
We have one speaker for public comment on this item. We have Mr. Ron Camus.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not sure if you watched the KVI news the other day. They had a gentleman from Texas Parks and Wildlife who was investigating an 8-pack of dogs that attacked and killed everything in a bird sanctuary. But I want you to listen because he brought up El Paso County.
More and more of them in different areas of the city and county.
And guys, Captain Ray Spears also told me that right now one of their biggest concerns is that these loose dogs could keep backing up and attack any local residents or even children. I reached out to the El Paso Animal Services Department to learn more information. They said that they will soon give us an update.
Okay, well, we all know they don't, but that's besides the point. Basically, because of El Paso Animal Services and their managed intake and leaving loose strays and not allowing to take your strays, we have overcrowded the city, the county with lots of strays. The problem is now they're starting to attack, which is exactly what we've been telling them it was going to do for the last 4 years, but nobody listens. Now, right now, your community is at risk of being attacked by stray dogs because you don't have a shelter. Not because you don't have people that are willing to work, but you have no place to put them. El Paso Animal Services averaged 1,000 less strays a month for 2021, 22, 23. I haven't done 24 because they don't pay any attention. This information is available through El Paso Animal Services shelter reports. This is not numbers I'm making up. They're telling you they can't do this. They have the ability. The problem is we have the management at the shelter is not increasing adoptions. It's not increasing rescue pulls. They're just not doing their job. I gave them a list in 23 of 15 things they needed to do to straighten out the issues at the shelter, and they were completely ignored. And here we are. We've got strays everywhere. We get people getting attacked. We had 2 critical attacks in El Paso city limits last year. You know, I mean, it's insane. This one was 8 dogs over on the west side. The people that lost all of their birds in their bird sanctuary, they were talking about how there's constantly dead dogs and cats along the side of the road. This is typical everywhere, whether it's city or county. And it's because we're not picking them up. If we don't pick them up and get them spayed and neutered and they're running loose, they're making more strays. It's an absolute catastrophe what we're dealing with. It's a crisis. And the city's not really helping. We got the school, but they didn't really expand it. Supposedly they've got another veterinarian. That's what I was told by Mario the other day. We'll see. We need you to understand that you can't count on the city. Your problem with the strays in the county is because the city didn't want to do their job. 1,000 less strays a month were intaked. And what did they tell you? Overfull, overcrowded, don't have room. So where's the problem? 1,000 less strays a month average. And I hate to keep saying it, but you need to understand, you've been told certain things. Now I'm telling you, if you want to see the truth, look at these El Paso Animal Services shelter reports. This is their report saying what they did. We need to protect the community. We need to protect the people. We need to protect the strays. We're in a crisis situation. It was brought on by the Haas sheltering plan by Best Friends and Austin Pets Alive. This managed intake. Managed intake, Mr. Leon, you can relate to this. Managed intake in the state of Texas is illegal under 826.012, 826.014, 1015, and 033. The fact that the city, I don't know what you guys do, but the city tells them to leave them where they found them or put them back where they found them makes the city shelter guilty of animal cruelty for abandonment under 42092. So
30
we're sitting
seconds.
here, we're breaking all kinds of laws. Nobody seems to care. PD has covered up for them for way too long. I can't tell you how many instances I brought to their attention that, quote unquote, well, Paula said it didn't happen, so we're not going to do anything. Well, that's not how this works. If somebody files a complaint or a legal problem, it should be investigated. You guys have people that go out. You have your sheriffs, they go out. You need a shelter. Bottom line, you need a shelter. You cannot expect El Paso to do the job that they were supposed to do at this point. And until things change in El Paso, we're only going to create more strays. More strays, more danger. We just had an outbreak of rabies in Colorado. Baby puppies got transported out of Texas.
Time.
And they broke. I'm sorry. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. I really appreciate it. Let's get the problem resolved.
Thank you for
It's
your time, sir.
Let's
Appreciate it.
protect the community, please.
Thank you.
I believe there's
wonder-
another speaker.
Is there
Caesar?
public comment for the next item? Should we have the next item read in too, so we can
I
hear
think
public
so.
comment for that one as well?
Item number 10C, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the adoption of an order calling for a bond election to be held in El Paso County on November 5th, 2024, contract number 2024-0628. We do have one speaker for this item. Is Mr. Grossman online? We have Mr. Max Grossman.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Dr. Grossman, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm surprised that I'm the only speaker, given that we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars in potential bond issues. But I want to share with you one figure, $12,000. I was lucky to have a baby 5 months ago, a healthy baby. She's a gift from God. But along with her birth, I got another gift from the government. She's in debt $12,000 to the 5 taxing entities. If you go to the Texas Bond Review Board, you can check all of the debt issues for all the taxing entities in Texas. I've confirmed it with the city CFO. It's just about $10.7 billion is the total indebtedness in bonds, all bonds, for our 5 taxing entities. That's $12,000 for every man, woman, and child, including my baby daughter, which is why I'm calling you. I'm thinking about her and all the other children who are inheriting all this debt. I'd like to do a little bit of math with you in the time that I have. UMC, which thankfully is going for a general obligation bond rather than a CO like they did in 2022, is proposing a 4.5 cent property tax increase. If the county GO passes today, $323.8 million, that's 3 cents. And if you go forward with your certificate of obligation, and my understanding is we're talking about $174 million before the November election, that's another 2 cents. 4.5 cents, 3 cents, 2 cents. That's $894.4 million among the 3 issues for a 9.5 cent increase. And based on the average home value in 2025 that we heard from UMC, $220,000, I took my calculator. That turns out to be $209 tax increase in 2025 for the average home value. That will increase our debt service by $1.6 billion and more than triple the county debt. The county currently has debt service of $285.8 million, according to your own backup. That will more than triple. This is unprecedented. In addition to all of that, you're going to decide on our tax rate. Last year, you raised our tax to the voter-approved rate, $34 million. If you go for the voter-approved rate this year, that's 5.2 cents, which would be 14.7 cents total, which would be $323 per household. Hopefully, you will not do that and go for no new revenue like the city. But I don't know if the past is any measure of the present. I'm expecting you to go for the voter approval rate. And I have to say that with this insane level of deficit spending, the county is making a mockery of the city's achievement in maintaining a no new revenue rate for 2 fiscal years in a row and not issuing any new debt. You are effectively denying El Paso property owners much needed tax relief. Now, the UMC bond is one thing. That's life-saving stuff, cancer, burn units, and so on, okay? And they're going for a GO. They're letting the voters decide. And, I have no opposition to that bond. It's an essential set of services. I'll be the first to say it. But looking at the 5 propositions that you're putting up, Coliseum, $105 million, trails that are millions of dollars each, all this stuff that you're putting out the same time as the UMC bond, it's like you want the UMC bond to fail. The voters are going to see 6 bonds, 6 propositions on the November 5th ballot, A, B, C, D, E from the county and UMC, and only the UMC bond is absolutely essential. I'm advising you to follow the lead of Commissioner Holguin, who's proposing a total issuance from the county of $175 million, which is the threshold for not raising taxes. Take the urgent stuff from your CO, stick it into a GO, put it on this ballot, and all the toys and candy and all that stuff, some of it, is deferred maintenance, I get it, but a lot of it, let's not be disingenuous, is a wish list, and it can wait. At the uniform election in May, the school districts are going to step in and ask for hundreds of millions of dollars. We don't even know how much. You need to wait a couple of election cycles before you come back to the voters, hopefully retiring some debt. I don't know what those numbers are, but look, $175 million, that would be one bond proposition from the county next to the $396.6 million that the UMC is very legitimately
seconds.
asking for. That's what should appear on the ballot. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Grossman.
Do we have anybody else in the audience that would like to speak in public comment? Hearing none, please.
So, Judge Commissioners, there are two items, 10B, and we would ask for the court to, as you consider any motions, that you take those items separately, even though the items have been read into the record together. The recommendation is to adopt the project list first, and then if our multimedia team can get up the second PowerPoint, the recommendation for the bond order will come up on the screen, but in fact, it mirrors very much the language that the court considered previously today with respect to the UMC bond order, to adopt the resolution which orders the election to be held and to resolve all the matters related thereto. This would be the recommended motion and action for item 10C.
But right now, we're voting on
First.
10.
Right now, it would be 10B, which is the project list.
Just the project.
10B, yes.
Judge, before we
vote,
we
have
vote,
discussion.
yeah, I don't know if anybody wants to do any discussion, but since I'm the newbie, I'll go last if somebody else wants to say something about this. I do, but I'll defer to the seniority on the court. Nobody?
No, go ahead.
Well, I'm being the new one in the court. I want to be respectful and let others speak first.
I have some things I'd like to say, but I'm curious about your plan, Commissioner Holguin, that Mr. Grossman is talking about. I don't know if the court as a whole has heard your plan from your mouth, so I just want to be clear on what.
So this is something. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, this is something that I've mentioned during several meetings. Unfortunately, it didn't ever appear to have interested anyone else. But my comments that I've made throughout this entire process is that I really wanted the county to limit ourselves to a debt issuance that would not impact the tax rate. That number has fluctuated. Originally, it was 150 million, and then it went up to 195 million. Now the final number is 175 million. So issuing debt in that amount will not affect the tax rate. So at several meetings, I've asked why we're not doing that, limiting ourselves to the 175. We know that the additional 325 will impact the tax rate. That's the 3 cents extra that Jose just mentioned. From my perspective, limiting ourselves to the 175 is, well, ever since I came onto the court 3.5 years ago, my memories of all of the discussions that we had at that time was that we all felt we were very fortunate that the county was in such a good financial place that we were going to be paying off old debt so that we could issue new debt for important projects that would not affect the tax rate. I mean, I remember those discussions very clearly. We were always so happy that we wouldn't affect the tax rate. Unfortunately, when this process started, it seems that what became most important, from my observation, was not exceeding our debt capacity so that our bond rating wouldn't be affected. And that's where this $500 million figure came up from. So I've, on multiple occasions, mentioned that I felt the more prudent thing would be to limit our issuances, whether we do have some critical projects that really should be a CO, and we want to figure out what those are, and then the remaining projects, put them on a GO, or put them all out to the voters, frankly. But I've always felt, and I've made my feelings clear, that we should limit an issuance to 175 million because that's the number that will not impact the tax rate. I've said multiple times that I don't think it's right that we are asking the citizens of El Paso to choose between increasing their own taxes and getting better parks and facilities. We should be able to provide those services to our residents without having to force them to vote to increase their taxes. And I've said that multiple times. It wasn't ever a formal plan because honestly, I never received the impression that anyone else was interested in trying to find a way to limit our debt issuance to the $175 million that wouldn't impact the tax rate.
Commissioner Leon?
In looking at all this, and also, I agree with you, Judge, that the BOIC did a tremendous job, and we had over 12 meetings that throughout the county, and I would hear over and over that some of the folks would say, "I like them all." Someone would say, "I like this one. I'm not so sure about this one," but there was always a discussion on what they would vote for, what they would not, or they would vote for all. But my feeling is that we give the opportunity to our public to make this decision. I know that Max Grossman put out something that says, county to vote tomorrow on authorizing XXX amount of bonds. El Paso County shopping binge, and they sent me a little video, a little picture. And we're not going on a shopping binge. We're simply providing the public the opportunity to vote on this. If they like what we are proposing, great. If they don't, then they vote against it. But I think that we are mandated to at least tell them this is what we need. Yes, we can't buy everything we need on those COs. We just can't. There's things that we just can't stand still and have no improvements. So this is what the community has told us over and over and over. So we're putting it out to a vote to see if they in fact want those. I mean, everything from water issues to modernizing the Coliseum, where we have so much history and possibly new and better entertainment facility that we've never had before. But I think it's so, I agree with you. It'd be nice if we could just stick to those COs. But there's so much need that even the public has told us, and I think it's the easiest thing that we can do is let them choose what they want. It's not what we want, it's what the public has asked us to put on the ballot.
Thank you. Commissioner Stowe?
You want to go?
Go ahead now. I'll go last.
Thanks, Judge. So I've got number of comments, and I also want to thank, first of all, our staff and everybody who had involvement in bringing us to where we are today. I appreciate the historical context that was provided by Mr. Landeros and the work that so many of us have done over the last 10 years or so to bring us to this point, which, as he said, the creation of our administration, the creation of our budget team, the work that we've done with our financial advisors to pay things off early and work to bring us to this point. This is, I think, one of the most important votes that I've taken since I've been here in my 9 years, almost 10 years on the Commissioner's Court. And it's not an issue that I take lightly. It's not something that, it's on a whim. This is something that has been years in the making and years in preparation. I think we did public outreach. We were very intentional about our public outreach. I think we've been very intentional about everything that has been part of this process. The number of meetings that we had, I think 24 meetings, 6 in each Commissioner's Court, all the pop-up meetings, all the BOAC meetings, the Commissioner's Court discussions that we've had amongst ourselves, the focus groups, the surveys. To our media partners, thank you as well for coming along with us on this journey and helping us to provide information to the public about what we're looking to do here. you know, all of the public input that came about with, for example, the Parks Master Plan. That was a very publicly, you know, led process, and we did focus groups and included members of the public, asking them their opinions about how they felt the county should move forward with our parks. With the same thing with, I think, with the Coliseum, you know, and you know, all of the other projects. You know, I mean, I look at this list, and you know, this is people's quality of life. You know, we just had the decision on the UMC bond, and we just voted last week on UMC's tax rate and their budget. And I look at this list of capital improvement projects that are on the GO, and you know, this is, I think, a showing of our values, and it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the hospitals. Not only are we trying to provide high level of service when it comes to people's health care, but we're also asking people to invest in themselves and in the preventive side of healthcare. You look at all of these investments in our parks, in Azcárate Park, in Gallegos Park, in Veterans Park, Sparks, Caballote, Sparks, Reisinger, Ruben Estrella, Agua Dulce, all of these parks improvements. You know, we cannot expect to have a healthy community if we don't provide them the space and the opportunity to be outside, to exercise, to have that quality of life that comes with these parks. San Felipe, Westway, the sports park, and again, Azcárate Park. You know, these are investments that are going to increase quality of life and that are going to hopefully in the future whittle down at that issue that we've been talking about so many times when it comes to how healthy our community is. You know, COVID was a stark, I think, a huge indicator and highlighted, you know, why we need to make further investments in the health and well-being of our community, because we lost so many people due to the fact that they had pre-existing conditions, preventable health conditions that many times have to do with exercise and diet. And you know, we cannot change the mentality overnight, but if we invest in these items and provide people the opportunity, I feel like you know, we're going down the road of having a more healthy community, and a community that, if you know, we have a pandemic in the future, will be much better off. You know, I think that we should support this general obligation bond issuance. We are asking the voters to make this decision. It is on the voters, and when it comes to the CO, I don't know if we can talk about it a lot because it's not on the list, but you know, there are a number of projects there that also would have to do with health and well-being of our community. The majority of those projects have to do with the health and well-being of our community, first-time water and wastewater, and projects that help this county provide better services and keep our doors open, and keep us from having issues with the provision of services. You know, I think that we need to be very cognizant of the importance of what we're doing here. I know that it may be difficult to make this decision, but again, another argument that's been made that we have to make again, I think, is the further we kick the can down the road the more expensive it is going to be for our taxpayers. We have to be responsible. We have to be fiscally responsible, and take that into account as well. Inflation and construction costs and labor costs continue to rise, and every year that we kick the can down the road means more cost for our taxpayers. And I would have loved to see a proposal from any member of the court who had other ideas on how we could have funded this. But a lot of time we don't have cash reserves on hand to pay for a lot of these things. This is why we use bonds. This is why we borrow money to be able to cover the cost of these things. We cannot afford to let the Coliseum fall apart. We cannot afford to let Ascarate Park, after all the years that we've put funds into that facility, to go back into decadence and fall behind these other parks that need huge investment. The Corbin Zambrano Center, which has been a very publicly led process as well, is something that I'm very proud of, and the people in that district deserve some investment. They're within the city limits. It's something that I harp on quite a bit when it comes to my district and the spending that occurs in Precinct 2. These projects are not, in my opinion, wasteful. We're not here making other people, millionaires rich, or private entities. We're here trying to invest in our community and plant that seed. And so, I definitely am going to be supporting the list of here on the GOs. I think that our public deserves to vote on it, and they'll tell us whether or not they'd like to see those expenditures. And I'll reserve any further comments till after everybody else has had a chance. But thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you to my colleagues for the work that we have done on this. It's a great moment, in my opinion, in the history of El Paso County.
Commissioner Coronado.
Judge, thank you. Commissioners. Commissioner Holguin, I just want to be clear on your position with respect to the 175 million proposal for the COs. Are you saying that you would rather those be as general obligation bonds?
I just don't see any reason why we couldn't send the entire close to 500 million that this court is considering issuing in a bond issuance. I don't see why we couldn't have just sent it all to the voters. And I asked this question a couple of meetings ago on why we were splitting it up with COs versus GOs when we clearly have enough time to place it on the ballot. I mean, that's what we're doing today. So I have asked why it is that we couldn't have just placed it. But again, there didn't seem to be an appetite for doing that.
So you're okay with sending out the 325 million in GOs to the public as well as 175?
If we're going to ask the residents of this county to pay for a debt issuance that's substantial, then yes, I think they should have a say. I think they should make the ultimate decision. They're the ones that are going to ultimately pay for it. In my mind, COs are for truly emergency expenses when we really don't have time to put them out for the ballot. We did that when we adopted the tax notes last year. We had the roof failing at JPD. We had the security system at the jail. That's why we issued those tax notes. That's why we issued some of those COs, because we didn't have time to put it on the ballot, and they were truly emergency situations. Here, we clearly have time to get it placed on the ballot, and that's why I asked if that wasn't still possible. And Jose answered that it was possible, but honestly, there didn't seem to be any appetite to do that.
Okay. So you're okay with sending the entire amount for GOs?
I would.
Entire 500 million?
I would, yes.
Okay. Well, that's good, because a lot of these things are really things that are not things that we are, that's coming out of our decision. A lot of these things are required by the state. Like, for example, on the certificates of obligation, we have the juvenile justice expansion. Last time I saw justice, security, law enforcement, the entire judicial system and indigent health care is our responsibility. And
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying that if there are projects that are true emergencies, we can certainly look at putting those on a GO. But otherwise, the more of a voice that the residents have on debt issuances of this magnitude, in my eyes, the better.
so you're okay with taking the projects on the CO list that are in your constituents' precinct into the GOs?
Yes. I mean, a lot of projects that would benefit my constituents are already in the GOs.
Yeah. And that might be great for you and your constituents, but my constituents don't see it that way. They want, in the community as a whole voted that the number one priority for them was water and wastewater issues, which is a safety concern for me and I think for most of our constituents. And to decide whether or not, we have about $1.5 billion in just water, wastewater, and stormwater issues. How do you propose we're going to do that out of our M&O
And
over
it's
the
going to take
next
time.
10 years?
These are not solutions that are going to come overnight. We have had tremendous success as a county getting grant funding for a lot of these programs. If we can afford to pay for it, like you said so yourself, the focus groups said that water and wastewater were a big priority. People want to fund those, so why wouldn't we put it in a GO if we know that people want to fund them? We know that they do. Our consultants told us that. So we should put it in a GO.
Well,
but
but if-
these are things that we have been lucky to obtain funding for and make better for our community, and we're never going to stop. We're never going to be able to fix all of these issues. This is continuous. These are issues that are going to face courts for generations. So the amount of the issuance that we're making now isn't going to fix everything. Those are things that we're going to have to continue to work on as time goes by.
No, I understand, but that's what we can do under our current availability.
Well,
That's what we can do, and I think we owe it to the constituents to do what we can do when those priorities are at the top of the list for them, and we're $1.5 billion short of doing all the water, wastewater, and stormwater issues.
so why wouldn't we let them vote on it?
The
If
billion
we
and a
know-
half?
No, on everything on the CO. Why wouldn't we let them?
Because
vote on
some of those things the state requires us to do, like the Juvenile Justice Center. And if we don't do that, and for some reason the state decides that now they're going to put 18-year-olds in our Juvenile Justice Center, we're not going to be able to hold them, and now we're going to ship them out, and we're going to pay, twice as much
And
for
that's a
holding them.
perfect example of a project that may very well be an emergency. I mean, we've approved COs and tax notes for the Juvenile Justice Center in the past because those are emergencies.
Well,
But the remodeling of the courthouse, in my mind, that's not an emergency. That's something that we need to think of and we need to plan for. But in my mind, that is not an emergency.
Well, I respect your position, but frankly, the state doesn't tell us only when you have an emergency will you do these services. They don't tell us that. They
Well, the
tell us
definition of
you
CO
will
is
do X, Y,
essential
and Z.
infrastructure.
Excuse me?
The definition of a CO is for essential infrastructure. In my mind, I feel that that means when there's an emergency and we don't have time to call an election.
I disagree because that's only going to cost us more because if we don't have the capacity, for example, in our jail, if we don't have that capacity to build a jail, we don't have that capacity for the Juvenile Justice Center, it's going to cost us way more. And I think that's not being fiscally responsible to the community. So, hey, you're going to have to pay more because the state requires us to do this, not because we want you to do it, because the state requires us to do it.
Okay,
And
but
I
there are
think-
things on the list that the state is not requiring us to do. And that argument that we're going to end up paying more only works if we agree that every single project on the list is absolutely necessary and has to be done. We heard that there were questions about whether some of the courthouse remodeling projects were even necessary. The person who may be our next DA questioned whether or not the remodeling of the second floor was necessary. So I don't think that we can say that every single project on the CO list is absolutely necessary and absolutely has to get done. Because I don't think that argument works. of it, we'll have to pay for it eventually, because that assumes that it has to absolutely be done. And we've got examples of projects on these lists where that's not the case.
Yeah. Well, I respect your position, but I disagree. I think the sheriff downtown jail cabling is essential and necessary. The courthouse
And I would agree with
cabling
you on that.
infrastructure is
I would agree
essential
with
and
you on that.
necessary now. The jail annex surveillance system upgrade, I think that's absolutely necessary now. The East Side Annex building addition, I don't know what your position on that, but for example, the Isleta Annex building east, and like for example, the East Side Annex. Betsy, how did we build all the annexes to the judicial system? With what kind of funds?
I believe we use certificates of obligation.
Certificates of obligation. Why couldn't we have done them with our M&O? Why?
We don't have capacity, sir.
And I'm not suggesting that we do it through the M&O. I'm not sure why that's what you're
Well-
mentioning. I mean, my point is that I think that we could have done a little bit more at a time instead of trying to do so much all at once. We are in effect maxing out our capacity, which leaves us very little room for emergencies, unforeseeable emergencies in the future that we may have to issue a CO because it's something unexpected. We are maxing ourselves out by doing the GO and the CO.
Well-
I was simply proposing wanting to do things on a smaller scale, smaller amounts, avoiding impacting the tax rate, and avoiding maxing ourselves out. So I'm not arguing with you, Commissioner,
Yeah.
about some of these projects. I agree with you. Some of them may very well be emergencies that should be funded by a CO, but we never got to have that discussion because this court seemed to indicate from the very beginning that it was perfectly happy with issuing the $500 million worth of debt.
Well, but
Hold on.
just,
I've got to.
and
speak up
I'll
about that
defer to you in a
because-
minute,
because,
Commissioner,
I mean,
but
yeah.
with all due respect, that is not our maximum.
That's the maximum that the staff is proposing so that it
No,
doesn't affect our
I
bond
beg
rate.
to differ. That's what the maximum that the staff and our council is proposing.
So
That's
that it
not our
doesn't affect
maximum.
our bond rating, correct?
That's the maximum responsible.
Yes, so that it doesn't
amount.
affect our bond rating.
To be clear, it's not our maximum. You'll agree with
Well,
that?
unless you want to be irresponsible with the bond rating.
Well, no, I'm just saying, because you said maximum.
Well, maximum amount
Responsible.
recommended by staff so that it doesn't affect the bond rating.
The maximum responsible amount.
So that it doesn't affect the bond rating, yes.
Yes, okay. Now we're clear because we do have a higher maximum. And if, for example, down the road, we have issues of super emergency that we don't, we're still going to have capacity for that.
But it'll affect our bond rating.
Well, maybe not next year. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows? Our capacity could change. Staff, council, where's our bond counsel and our financial advisor?
Nancy Rocha with Stifel is here to speak a little bit to that with regard to what are the factors that go into our bond rating?
But Commissioner, what your point is, I think what the point you're trying to make is the 500 million is the recommended capacity to maintain our bond rating to get the lowest potential interest rates.
That's right.
There is a possibility the county could issue more, but the risk of doing that would be it would hurt our bond rating and make us pay higher interest rates. If there were an emergency, we would be able to do something under those circumstances, but know that we may pay a higher interest rate for that emergency repair, emergency response.
Exactly.
And Judge, Commissioners, if I might, a couple of things to clarify. Earlier, Commissioner, your question about the interest rate, the order allows us to go up to 6.5%, but all these models were developed on 4.23%, assuming that interest rate. Also, late last week, we've not shared this information yet with the court. It came in at the end of the week. The county's bond rating from Fitch has actually been upgraded from AA to AA+, citing a lot of our responsible financial practices in place. How that plays in here is that potentially, our bond rating is effectively the capital markets viewpoint on our financial status as an organization. And so an upgrade is similar to our individual credit scores. When it goes up, it's a good thing, allows you to secure lower interest loans and borrow money at a lower cost. And so we anticipate that having some impact as we move forward with any debt, whether it be tax notes to the GO bonds, whatever that case may be. I think it's a good step. But I'll turn over to Ms. Rocha to speak a little bit to the Stifel recommended amount of $500 million as it relates to being the cap for not affecting our bond rating, and what our maximum capacity would be thereafter.
Commissioners, Nancy Rocha with Steve Foyer, Financial Advisor. So just a little bit more clarity on the upgrade or the rating process. So the rating agencies are an independent third party who really, their job is to look at data, look at the financial health and operations of any entity that has issued bonds, so that they could give a clear, unbiased picture to the bondholders, to the bondholding community. They, as was mentioned on a number of occasions, Fitch Ratings had made some changes to their criteria. They assessed the county, I believe it was a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and they took a look at historical analysis. They always take a very, very ample view of the county's operations, their revenues, their expenditures, their plans to issue bonds, their current debt, also the debt in the surrounding areas that taxpayers are responsible for. All that in combination, the rating agencies basically make an assessment about your health, about your financial profile, your inherent flexibility when it comes to expenditures, revenues, debt capacity, and we were pleased to know that the rating came back as an upgrade. So that is a message to the investor community about how the county has been managing their finances.
And that basically says, for the public out there, that we may be able to get a better interest rate.
That's usually what it means. When you have a higher rating, just like a credit score, the difference between, a 700 and 800 is usually translated into a lower cost of capital.
Thank you. Were these projects that are on the CO list that didn't end up on the GO list, for example, the Overland Stage Bridge and maybe the De Alba Crossing, how much have we spent on the Overland Stage Bridge over the last few years because of the getting washed out? Jose, do you remember that figure?
I don't recall the figure. I do remember that Mr. Hernandez in Infrastructure Services had presented that the road had washed out several times, I believe at least a handful of times within a period of 2 to 3 years. I'm not sure if Ms. Palacios or Mr. Hernandez, if he's on Teams, might be able to speak a little bit to the maintenance issues that have come up with or the Overland Stage Bridge project, or any of the roads that we've experienced washouts in our service area.
My understanding, and I don't know if I may be corrected, but it was eight times within the last 3 years.
And it was
8
about
times.
$150,000 every time they had to repair it.
50,000?
150,000.
150,000 times 8. What is that, Norma?
Well, I believe it was 7, actually. And Fernie's on the line.
7? All right,
7
stand
times.
corrected, 7.
Yeah, about $1 million.
It's about $1 million?
Yes, sir. And Fernie's on the line, and I think he can confirm that,
So
but it was about
would that be responsible then for us to fix this so our community doesn't have to keep paying this $1 million over the next 3 years just to maintain that little part?
And I
of our
actually do
county?
agree with you that I think that is a necessary
Excuse me?
project. I agree, that is a necessary project.
And that shouldn't be sent to the GO. I mean, why
But why
spend
is
an
that?
extra $1 million every 3 years when we can fix it now? I mean, that's money we could save to do other things.
But why are you so opposed to sending it to the public? Do you think that they're not going to approve it because they're not going to understand the importance?
Because I think it saves money to the county and the constituents, period.
I agree. And if we explain that, which is what we're doing with all of our GEO projects, I don't understand why you don't feel that the public would make the right decision.
I just think that, that is a responsibility for us. We were voted to make these kinds of decisions, and I think it's just, something, and I don't want to take up more time, but I think it's just a fiscally responsible thing to do for these projects, especially the ones where the state requires us that we provide those services, and if we don't prepare for them, we're going to end up spending a lot more, not only because we have to ship these people out, but also it's just going to end up costing us a lot more down the road. I want to continue, though, that, this is really $35 million we were put in the hole for some of these state-mandated services over this last budget year. 35, that's approximately $35 million. At that rate, we can't keep doing things little at a time with what the state requires us to do. They keep putting more and more mandates on us. Commissioner Stout, you mentioned that, we thought it was 55 to 60%, but because of all the related other costs incidental to providing those services, it's more like 70%. So really, all these 70% of all the things that we do is related to providing state-mandated services that they don't give us money. And so my position is not only we need to advocate more at the state level and the federal level, especially on these immigration cases, is we need to make sure that we're responsible to our community, that these state mandates don't cost us more. These are not attractive things for the community to vote on. I mean, I didn't see jail cabling and annex surveillance system as the top of the order for our constituents. I didn't see that at the top. I didn't see any of these issues at the courthouse, the surveillance system, the annex over in Commissioner Leon's precinct that doesn't have one. They have mobile homes, by God. I didn't see that at the top of the list.
So just to be clear, I want to make sure I understand. You're saying that we can't trust the voters to understand how important some of these projects are?
I think that we can trust the voters with the general obligation bonds that are proposed. These others, where the state requires to do it, if they decide to vote that these are not attractive enough for them, we still have to provide them.
But we can't
just
trust the
tell the
voters.
voters, we're not going to do them. Can we?
So you're saying we can't trust the voters with those
No, I'm
decisions?
just saying that the state requires us to do it, and if the voters put them down, we're going to have to find some way to pay for them, and it's not going to be good. It's going to be worse.
But we can't trust the voters to make that decision?
No, I say that we have to trust the court to make those hard decisions to save money in the future for the constituents, because the state's going to require us to do them anyways. These issues like parks, if they vote them down, we don't have to do them. That's fine. The voters have that decision. But the jail, the juvenile justice system, the annex, the courthouse, all those issues, if they vote them down, guess what? We don't have the choice. We still have to pay for them. Absolutely, we have to pay for them. And I'd rather it costs us less than more. That's my position. And you're free to disagree. I get it. This is what it's all about. That's why we're all, voted up here for our constituents. But I think, these are hard decisions we have to make, but the state puts us under that problem. The state puts us under that problem. And I'd rather make the decision to save money for the constituents to wait and see if they decide whether this is going to be good or not. And basically, you're asking them, do you want this to cost you more or less? We should ask that question, because it's not whether you want it or not. That's what I think we should ask the voters for, is whether they want these things or not. The ones where we're required to do, whether they vote on them or not, I think that's our responsibility. Because the states made it our responsibility. They don't tell us, only if the voters approve it will you do this. Do they?
And that may be true for some of the projects, but not all of them.
Well,
we know that it's not
they're
all of them.
state-mandated services.
But not all of those projects are required by the state.
Well, they're required for us to do those services, and those are services that are on the list to the jail, to the justice system, to the juvenile justice system, all those issues.
Not too long ago, you were in favor of adding the Escarate shelters to the CO. Do you think that's an
The what?
important? You were in favor of adding the Escarate shelters to the CO. That's a state mandated service that should be on the CO. You were in favor of that.
Yeah, I was in favor of that because that was for the entire community, and I thought that was something that's, I think it's a, something that I think the community deserves because, one, I think that park has been neglected. It is a very promising site for the entire county, and I think it deserves that kind of treatment, yes. I
So
do.
then your COs, I mean, you're talking about projects being required and absolutely necessary, and that's why they had to be on the CO. You'd include the shelters, the park shelters with
I
that.
did include the park shelter, yes, I did.
Okay.
And it ended up being taken out.
Yes.
And that was the only project. And the reason I did that is I wanted to kind of even out the discrepancies between the GOs and the COs. So that
Okay.
it wouldn't
No, but
be-
I think it's good. That way we have a better understanding of what you consider necessary projects for COs.
Well, it wasn't at the top of my list to include in there, but because we were changing from GOs to COs, I thought that it was only fair that rather than put one project in the COs that was only for one precinct, that we included one that was for the entire county. That was my position. Not that I just wanted to include that one in there. And I think I made it very clear. Is that right, Commissioner Stout? So, I just think that, this should be a great time, a happy time for us. Really, we have the possibility to do these things. And I get it. Some people are, some people are feeling the crunch. But if we don't do these things, especially a lot of the items on the CO list, it's just going to end up costing the community more. And I wasn't, I wasn't voted in to, just pawn everything off on the constituents. I think these are decisions, they're hard decisions for us to do. But I think we need, when that proposition comes before us, that these services, if we don't do them, the state's still going to require us to do them, and it's only going to cost us more. I'll make that hard decision to do that. Absolutely, every time. I want to save the constituents money. I will do that. In my best judgment, I think that's what we need to do. Now, the GOs, this is something, this is a great opportunity. I think we should be, happy to put these votes, these projects out to the community. I think this is a great time. This is an empowerment. This is a great opportunity for them to tell us whether they want these things or not. And I think it's a great list. And we've made it very, very convenient, the way that our staff and our bond committee has proposed that we do it into 5 different things rather than voting for just one item. I think we've really made it very, very, amenable and very user-friendly for the voters to decide. They don't just have one decision, they have 5 decisions to make. And, I trust the voters on those issues that, they want us to do in terms of quality of life. The others, I think we need to make sure that we do those to keep the cost from going up and to keep us from having to pay more. And that includes our constituents in these mandated services that, it's not whether we want to do them or not. We have to do them. And just to address one of the points that was done by Mr. Grossman, he says that we're going to increase the entire amount. Well, that's not correct. Next year, it's not going to be the full amount. The buyout on these bonds is only, I believe, close to about a third or a little over a third over the next year. Is that correct, Jose? Just to be clear, so that we're clear with the community.
Can you repeat your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, if the court decides to vote, if the court decides to vote on the COs and the GOs, how much of that is going to appear in the next years?
So in the schedule for your $500 million of capacity are approximately 200 in fiscal year 25, another 200 in 27, and then the final 100 in 2028.
And the total amount, was Mr. Grossman correct in the total amount of cents that that's going to cost, the full 500?
I did not hear the exact figure that he
Tell
mentioned.
me what it is.
The full cost of this debt issuance is, the 325 million alone is about 486 million. There's about, bring up my file here.
That's the most it will cost us because.
For the 20-year
Over the
period.
20-year
Specifically
period.
limited to the 323.98 GO obligation. Those bonds, the total debt service is $486,449,750, meaning the county would pay approximately $183,339,750 in interest.
Talking about the cents that will increase the tax.
3 cents.
3 cents. So if that's the entire 500 or 300?
Well, so the county can issue 500 because 175 won't raise the debt tax
Right.
rate. The 325 that it would raise the tax rate by an estimated 3 cents.
Okay, so 3 cents, and we're doing about, out of the adjusted GOs, we're doing what, about a little over a third of that?
Yes, but the way the issuances are structured is that 3 cents would be experienced in FY '26.
In
So-
FY '26?
Yeah, so the timeline would be November for the election. If voters approve it, we'd work with financial advisor, bond counsel, and the team to structure the issuance for the spring of '25, and then that would be calculated in your debt tax rate for 2020, for FY '26.
So for next tax year, we will, if all these are voted, we will not see a tax increase from the bonds?
For FY '25, no. For FY '26, if the court issues, and the voters approve the debt, it would go up by 3 cents.
Right. So no tax increase next year?
Next fiscal, in
Well,
FY
it wouldn't
'25.
go up by 3.6 and 26. It would go up by $0.015 because only 200 would be gone out for in 26.
No, the way the finance is structured and working with Stiefel to front load a lot of this, to gain some of that additional capacity in terms of project funding, the 3 cents would be experienced. From the beginning, right off the bat.
That's still 26?
That's still 26, FY '26 tax rate.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Jose, can I confirm the numbers with you? So it's the 324 million with 183 million of interest.
Yes.
So the total debt service, how is it only 486? Shouldn't it be closer to 507? Right, 324 plus 183?
Yeah, I'll defer to Ms. Rocha with Stiefel to explain the numbers.
So when we issue bonds, we're leaving room, we're running the numbers based off assumptions of what the bonds usually sell. So there's such a thing called premium bonds, and so that allows you to sell less bonds and get more for the project fund. It's a little bit technical, which is why the math doesn't, when you're doing the math, it doesn't add up. Because for a project fund of 328, is that?
323.
24, 23, sorry. We would sell 303 million because the rest of it will come into the project fund as premium. So in layman's terms, you're selling the bond to a bondholder for whatever, I mean, there's some technical reasons why they want to buy a premium bond. So basically, you're selling it to them for more than what it's worth, so you get actually more,
Return.
more actual capital into the fund as opposed to the value, the nominal value of the bond. And again, they could do that for tax reasons. That's why they buy particular types of bonds, premiums or discounts, and that's really kind of institutional asset managers buy premium bonds all the time.
And I know you said that was an assumption, but we're pretty confident that that's actually what's going to happen.
Yeah, the structures are pretty common. We know that there are always investors looking for premium bonds, and we're not. Again, there are assumptions based off of what has sold recently. By the time we get to the actual bond sale, some of those factors will move hopefully in your direction. But we try to run the numbers as conservatively as possible to just give a realistic framework from which to start. But again, we would rather surprise you with better news than not so good news, so we always try to be conservative in all of our assumptions, just how we've done from the very beginning, as we've laid out assumptions for taxes, valuations, the property valuations. We run conservative numbers based off of higher interest rates that are, currently that we're seeing. So we pad that to make sure that we're getting a very conservative view of what that issuance would look like, and hopefully come back, way better.
So it's interest rates, property values, new property coming onto the tax
Correct.
rolls. You're also being very conservative in your projections on that.
Correct. The county has experienced some pretty healthy property value increases, but we don't use that number because when we look at long-term, we would rather work on a conservative basis. So if you had a 15% increase in your property values, we don't use that 15%. We use, a realistic average, and then we take even a more conservative view on that. So we're trying to make sure that we don't overpromise, or that we certainly don't provide figures that are a little bit aggressive. We'd rather be conservative than aggressive on those figures.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judge, just to sum up, I think we owe it to our community to let them make these decisions on these, what the proposal is on the list of these projects and the general obligation bond proposal. It's within their purview. It's their decision. These are things that I think, like what we engage the community, this is what they tell us are on the top of the list for, and we've made it very easy, the proposal. I want to thank our administration, our bond committee, our council, Jose, all of you, everybody involved. I think this is a really great opportunity, and the way it's being presented, I think it's great for the community. They've got 5 decisions to make. It's very, very convenient, very easy, and they don't have to vote on something they don't like. It's 5 different things, whatever's at the top of their mind. And I really think that there's a lot of projects in there that are, for the entire county area. And, I think it's a great thing for our community, and it should be something that, we should look forward to, I think. So,
Thank
Judge,
you.
Thank you.
Well, I don't want to belabor what's already been said, but I do want to talk about things that I want to reinforce. First of all, we have to consider that the advisory board did vet a lot of what went into the certificate of obligation and the GO. So it wasn't as if it'd be us not listening to them and saying, let's put it all on the GO when they suggested that kind of breakdown. Secondly, I do believe, Commissioner Coronel, that there's decisions that we have to make. We have a vantage point. We get to do the research. We get to look at things. We get to talk to constituents. We get to do a lot of things that are not at the hands of the voter. And so I don't know any CEO around the country, and we try to run it from that perspective, that would say, well, let's see what everybody else wants. We were voted in to really make hard decisions, to make those decisions that we have to make based on, how we save money. There's a lot of things. Right now, if you look at it from a narrow perspective, obviously you're going to increase taxes. If you open the lens, then you look at other perspectives. For example, you have job creation. You have companies being more interested because they like to see these things. I mean, we're at the front end when companies want to come to El Paso. You should see all the questions about what we have. They're gonna bring employees from other parts of the country. They want to know the quality of life. They want to know all of these things. And so if you open the lens, it's not just a a cost to the property owner as much as what else are we doing to make sure that this doesn't continue and that we can offset. We need companies to be interested in El Paso. We want more companies to come in. They always ask about this. The other thing that's very difficult is that we have some people that present their views quite often to us that can afford these amenities. They afford these amenities. They can go take trips to Italy. They can do all of these things that they can do that our people can't do sometimes. So it's very easy for someone to say, delay your amenities because it's going to increase the taxes, but who's taking care of those? You know, who's taking care of those individuals that can't have the things that everybody else has? So it's a responsibility on our behalf to look at, is there going to be an increase in cost? Is there going to be, you know, is the inflation going to be difficult? And also, like I said, I see it as a great investment. And you're right, that it should be something we feel good about, because we wouldn't be at this capacity to do the things that we could do at such a reasonable way of looking at it, making sure that, you know, that our rating stays where it should be, making sure that we're not putting ourselves in a difficult situation. And I think we've heard kicking the can down the, you know, further out. I know Commissioner Stout and others, we feel that, you know, we just can't wait and do the things that we need to do now. I mean, I think that's a decision, and it's more of a personal decision. I've been around in a CEO capacity, and it's very, very difficult to convince individuals to do something later. You know, let's do something later. We pay a big price for doing things later. And I think the emphasis has been very strong that we have so many unfunded mandates. And I think that's where the certificate of obligations, and if you said, you know, if we put them all and it's not passed, then what do we do at that point? How do we address some of the functions, the very essential things that we have to do? So this is my personal opinion, but I feel that hearing the discussion, we have a consensus from, you know, and I like to support the majority all the time. And I feel very comfortable that, you know, you don't worry so much about what we're asking from the constituents, worry about how we manage the situation. And I think you're going to be very proud, and you've seen the work from everybody. We're going to do some amazing things with the money we have. I think we've proven ourselves that we're very fiscally responsible, and that we're going to use that money probably better than any commissioner's court. I can guarantee you that we'll be able to do the best thing that we can. And that's where the advantage is. We're able to get money to do things, and you're giving that opportunity to an extremely, extremely responsible and professional commissioner's court, that I think we're going to get much more out of what you're spending, because of the way we look at things. Individuals like Jose and the teams that are here, I think we're going to do some amazing things as much as we can with what we get. And I think that's where our constituents should look at, how do we as Commissioners Court use that money? I don't think there's evidence that we use it foolishly, unwisely. We do some great things with as little as we can. I feel very, very comfortable about that. And this is my own personal opinion, that we're going to make you proud of whatever increase that you're going to get. You're going to get a tremendous return simply because of the way we approach our community. Thank you.
Judge, I wanted to add something additional. There was a comment made earlier by Commissioner Holguin, and with all due respect, Commissioner Holguin, it's not my fault or anybody else on the court's fault that a proposal to reduce the bond package was not made. I mean, you may have understood that we were going in a certain direction, but that is, in my opinion, I don't want that to be hung over my neck. I don't think that's fair. I mean, it seems to me that everybody on this Commissioner's Court, when we started this process, we all voted to create the BOAC. We all voted to appoint members to the BOAC. We all voted to do the public meetings. You know, and I'm sure that you had conversations just like I did with the folks on the BOAC about priorities and things like that for your district. And you know, I just, you know, I did not hear from any member of the court a proposal to reduce things. I mean, we had conversations, you know, about things on the CO, and I had lots of questions about the investments here in the courthouse. And I think, I mean, our philosophies are different when it comes to the usage of COs, and that's perfectly fine. But you know, I think it's unfair to blame the rest of the court and say, well, because you guys, it looked like you guys were going in a certain direction, I didn't take the time to propose any changes or any reductions. And I mean, do you now is you know, we're talking about it at the very last moment, and I also feel like it's unfair to have that sprung upon us, you know, at the very last moment. I mean, are there projects within your district that you don't think should be funded?
And I'm not trying to say that I blame you all. I'm just trying to make you all understand where I'm coming from. I have tried to make these suggestions, but I've always felt that there just wasn't an appetite for that. I feel that we could have done a better job when we were discussing the projects to really try to identify projects that we really felt were essential. But honestly, I think once, and again, this is my personal feeling, once we were told that we had the capacity of 500 million that wouldn't affect our bond rating, it seems that that's the only number that we've ever discussed. And I mentioned that several times, that seemed to be the only number that we were discussing. So I want you all to know, I'm going to be voting in favor of sending this bond proposal to the voters, because I think that decisions of this significance regarding issuances of this size should definitely be made by the residents of El Paso County, because they are, after all, the ones that are going to have to pay for these issuances. So I will be voting in favor. But the point I want to make is that in addition to limiting ourselves to a debt issuance of 175 that I've advocated for from the beginning, I would have preferred that the majority of the debt issuances that the county is considering would have been sent to the voters, and not just the projects that we're discussing today. We clearly had time to add those additional projects to the ballot, because that's what we're doing right now. So that way the voters would have had as much of a voice as possible in this decision of the debt that this court is considering issuing. I believe that if we really, truly want our residents to have a voice in the future path of our county, we should trust them to make these decisions over as much of these projects, as many of these projects as possible, and not just the ones that we discussed today.
Yeah, and for me, it's not an issue of whether we trust them or not. But like I said, you know, we have different philosophies when it comes to how COs could be used, right? So, you know, we're talking about a number of water and wastewater, first-time water and wastewater. I think, you know, those are basic needs that people have. And I think Commissioner Coronado made the point of a number of these projects have to do with things that are state mandated, you know, making sure that we can keep up the jail and the courthouse and such. And there are some items on the CO, you know, like some of the renovations here at the courthouse that I also had questions about. You know, I asked those questions. Our staff brought back information about those, and you know, for me, it's you know, when the voters and the taxpayers, when we decided to build or construct a building, in my opinion, it has to be understood that at some point when you build that building, there's going to have to be upgrades and things are going to have to be changed, and there's going to have to be modernizations to be able to provide our employees and the people who come and do business here, you know, safe and comfortable workspaces. And to me, that's my philosophy, right? I mean, it may not be that it's a pressing emergency for us to, move into the border tobacco building, but I think our staff, we've always considered our staff as part of our family, and these are renovations and upgrades that would have to happen at some point anyway, as our staff is growing, as different needs that we have within our personnel, these are just things that are needed within installations and buildings that we already own, and it seems to me that it's not about whether we trust the taxpayer or, not, or the voter or not. It's that it should be understood that when you build a building, changes will have to be made at some point.
No, and I agree. I just think that we could have done it in smaller issuances that wouldn't impact the tax rate. Stiefel made a presentation. They gave a presentation to us where they talked about every couple of years we're going to have more and more capacity where it's not going to affect the tax rate. I would have much rather have seen us do it in smaller phases than all at once, because I agree, the repairs are going to be necessary. I'm not claiming that nothing is ever necessary. I just feel like we could have, had we wanted to, done it in smaller phases so that it wouldn't impact the tax rate. That's what I understood from the presentation we heard from Brad.
And what I understood from presentations that we got from Public Works is, costs are going to go up as the years go on. They've shot up a lot recently, and I know that there was talk earlier about, getting grants and such, and I think that's a great idea, but that's going to increase our M&O side of our expenditures, right? Because if we have to ramp up our granting capabilities, which is something that we've invested in over the last couple of years and may have played a small part in why we had to increase our tax rate last year, but we have. I mean, it's fine and dandy to say, okay, let's write more grants, but we have to have more capacity, and that's going to cost us more on the M&O side, and so that means, are we going to have the full court voting in favor of a tax increase for those expenditures? I mean, that's something that we have to take into account, and we also have to take into account that we look at the property values have been going up, and so we're trying to reduce the tax rate to counteract that. And so we're only looking at bringing in the additional revenue that comes from the increase in the tax base due to new construction. And that was what, like $4 million this year? I don't remember budget or Betsy, $4 to $5 million this year. That doesn't even cover the cost of something that we all voted for, which is the Sheriff's Association's contract for this year. So we're already, in the hole for something that we all voted for, but we're my point is, like, that money is already spoken for. And so any additional, we don't have additional funds to pay off, on the M&O side to fund these projects through M&O.
And that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we fund these projects through M&O. I'm saying that we could have done smaller issuances now and done more issuances in the future as capacity became available. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. And it was made very clear to me that the cost of construction, how much has it gone up over the last couple of years? 15, 20% a year? 30% a year.
No, and sadly, it's going to probably keep going up.
Yeah, and so that's why I don't feel like that's a feasible manner of funding these projects, because we're putting our taxpayers on the hook for 30% more a year.
But just the other side of that coin is that those costs are going to still be going up. We can't guarantee that the funding that is going to be, or the funds generated by these debt issuances are going to be enough. For all we know, in 2 years, 3 years, we're going to have to do what we're doing with some of our ARPA projects and have to allocate more money.
Right. So it's better, in my opinion, to fund them in 2 years than in 10 years. Yeah. So we can stop beating that dead horse, but I just want you and the court and the members of the public to understand, my reasoning for doing what I'm doing, and I appreciate the very civil discourse. I appreciate the fact that we can sit here and have a discussion and debate, and at the end of the day, we're going to walk out of here and have $325 million on the bond.
Well, and I'm glad that we all agree that this is a decision that should be made by the voters, certainly.
Okay. Caesar.
We have a motion from Commissioner Coronado. And second from the county judge.
This is on the bond program project list.
And B, just a list. That's all that's being approved right now.
Voting is open. And the motion carries. Item C, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the adoption of an order calling for a bond election to be held in El Paso County on November 5th, 2024, contract number 2024-0628.
Judge Commissioners, there you can see the recommended motion for your consideration to adopt the order and to make all necessary provisions and actions related to adopting that order and calling for that election.
Again, I'm very thankful for what we're doing here. I think the investment in the Coliseum, Mascarate Park, everything that we're putting out to the voters is, it's going to be transformational for this community, and I sincerely hope that we have support of our community to do so.
Thank you.
You know, I'm really very happy to put this forward out to the community because I think they deserve this, and I really value their opinion. This is the right thing to do. If they want a different El Paso, a more improved El Paso, it's within their grasp, within their opinion, within their vote. Please, you know, if this passes, please go out to vote. We want to engage as many people as possible. You know what? I would wish the entire electorate of the county would really come out to vote and tell us exactly what they're thinking.
Exactly.
So I'm all for putting it up to vote.
We have a motion from Commissioner Coronado and a second from Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank
Now
you.
that this is a political matter that will be on the ballot, our information has to be very limited. So we just urge you in keeping your conversations on anything regarding public resources very deliberate and factual based, because now this will be a political matter. We'll let you know also that later this afternoon, a press release will go out also outlining the county's website in anticipation of your vote today, where all of the information about the propositions, including a project map and detailed project listing, can be accessed online at capital.epcounty.com. We're working closely with your offices to finalize the meeting schedule over the next several weeks as well, and that information will be there. And again, that website is capital.epcounty.com, and we expect that site to go live in a few hours this afternoon. So thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
And you know,
Great
one
job.
thing is that we're not prevented from making sure we tell our people out there in El Paso, please go out to vote.
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. Betsy, where do you want to, you wanted to take a break right now?
I'm sorry, Judge, do you want to take an item before break?
I think the county clerk has been waiting for a while, Judge. Maybe we can hear.
We have
her
county
items.
clerk fees, and we
Sure.
also have tax office tax
Okay,
rate.
go ahead. Thank you.
Item number 11A, County and District Clerk. Pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 118.025G, hold a public hearing regarding the county clerk's records archives preservation and restoration plan and the assessment of a $10 fee for fiscal year 2024-2025. Have a motion to open a public hearing. We have a motion from Commissioner Leon, a second from Commissioner Holguin. The voting is open. Motion carries. The public hearing is open.
And B has to do with the publishing of the public notice, and it has to be for $70 that we need to pay the El Paso Inc., and I'm asking for permission to pay that tab.
Thank you.
We're on the A part, though, the public hearing?
Right. You're talking about B, right?
No, ma'am, we have to do
Oh,
A
that's the
first.
$10 fee, and I thought you all agreed, because I saw all agreed.
It was to open the public hearing.
It was to open public
Okay.
hearing.
See if there's any
And the
members of
$10
public.
fee is so that it is part of the receipt. When the public comes in to pay, you'll see the breakdown and how it even breaks down how we have to pay the sheriff. Well, you also have to pay the county clerk the $10 fee for the archival fee. That's what that is.
And there's no change to that fee, correct?
No, it's been $10 for many years.
Great, thank you.
We have nobody signed up for public comment at the moment. It's just open for discussion for the court. If there's no further discussion, could we have a motion to close the public hearing? I have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Stout. Voting is open. Motion carries. Item number 11. Item number 11B, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 118.025B, approve and adopt the county clerk's records archives preservation and restoration plan for fiscal year 2024-2025. Further approve payment to El Paso, Inc. in the amount of $70 for the publishing of the public notice hearing. Funding is available in general fund, county clerk, advertising.
Yes, Commissioners, I'm sorry for jumping the gun a minute ago. I didn't understand what the voting was for. But yes, that was the $70 to pay for the publishing stating about the archival preservation and restoration plan. So we are going into our 11th year of this plan. So it's asking for you to allow for the $70 to be paid.
That's normal for the court to approve the advertising fee.
Correct.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Coronado. Voting is open. Commissioner Leon, your vote, sir?
There we go.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was short, wasn't it?
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Thank you, Delia.
Do we want to continue with 12?
Yes.
Okay. Item 12A, Tax Assessor Collector. Accept the 2024 no new revenue and voter approval tax rate calculations for the El Paso County Hospital District. No new revenue rate, 0.219526 per $100. Voter approval rate, 0.233385 per $100.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Yvette Sanchez. This is my colleague Claudia Rosales. We're here on behalf of Mr. Ruben P. Gonzalez, County Tax Assessor Collector, to present to you the 2024 no new revenue and voter approval tax rates. As a refresher, the no new revenue rate is the tax rate that would generate about the same amount of revenue received on property taxed for the prior year and current year. If the property value rises, the no new revenue rate will go down and vice versa. The voter approval rate is a calculated maximum.
Can we, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Caesar, could you please read in 12B? He's read in the hospital one?
No.
Yeah, I read in the hospital.
The hospital one.
Could you read in 12B also?
Item number 12B, accept the 2024 no new revenue and voter approval tax rate calculations for El Paso County. No new revenue rate, 0.426323 per $100. Voter approval rate, 0.478306 per $100.
Thank you. Sorry, Yvette, that was our fault. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. Okay, for El Paso County District, the hospital district, 2024, no new.
The presentation that's up is the county one. Do we have a separate one for the, okay.
Oh, okay. I'll go ahead and continue. I apologize. Hello, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Claudia Rosales on behalf of Ruben P. Gonzalez, County Tax Assessor Collector, to present the 2024 tax rates for the El Paso County. The 2024 no new revenue tax rate is 0.426323 per $100 of property value. The 2024 voter approval tax rate is 0.478306 per $100 of property value. Last year, the 2023 adopted tax rate was 0.458889 per $100 of property value. We're requesting that you accept the 2024 no new revenue and voter approval tax rate calculations for the El Paso County. No new revenue rate, 0.426323 per $100 of value, and the voter approval rate, 0.478306 per $100 of value.
Judge, Commissioners, we just need a motion to accept these. You're not setting the rate today, you're just accepting the rates.
And is this for both, or we're doing each individually?
If
we
we
do
could
each
take
one
the
individual?
Individual on
Yeah.
the county first, because that's the one that's been presented, please.
That's, county is B, correct?
County is
what I'm
B.
seeing.
County
yes.
is B, and that's what's up on the slide.
Have a motion from Commissioner Stout and a second from Commissioner Coronado. Voting is open. Okay, motion carries. Now
Okay,
for the, go ahead.
continuing with the county hospital district, the 2024 no new revenue rate is 0.219526 per $100 value. The 2024 voter approval tax rate, 0.233385 per $100 property value. Last year, the 2023 adopted tax rate was 0.235650 per $100 of property value. We are requesting that you accept the 2024 no new revenue and voter approval tax rate calculations for the El Paso County Hospital District. No new revenue rate, 0.219526 per $100 of value. The voter approval rate, 0.233385 per $100 of value.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguín, a second from Judge Samaniego. Voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anytime, Judge.
Take a break, Caesar.
Okay. 10-minute break, sir? Would you like a 10-minute break? Okay. Commissioners' Court will recess for 10 minutes. It is 3:49 p.m.
current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now. Here at the pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the county of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 all abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reached all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west. And far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities. And so, you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground, swings.
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the Sway Fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID, and I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. And there's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where, as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things I think about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and they're roped off and you can't really go in. You kind of have to see them from afar. And that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you would like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your
stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are not eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Ascarate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Ascarate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the Pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Ascarate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Ascarate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the county of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Ascarate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings. There you go.
Ready? The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the sway fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID, and I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. There's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where, as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things, I think, about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and, you know, they're roped off and you can't really go in. You kind of have to see them from afar. And that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, you know, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, you know, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you would like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your screen.
Go ahead.
Commissioners, Court has reconvened into regular open session. It is 4:26 p.m. We're on item number 13A, Public Works. Item 13A, discuss and take appropriate action on the appeal hearing for a violation of the county's right-of-way access order at 800 Acton Street. We'd like to ask for a motion to delete from the court, please? Have a motion from Commissioner Holguín. Do we have a second to delete?
I would
Not letting
click
me,
it, but it wouldn't let me.
not letting me log in at all.
Does
I'll
somebody just
second
want an oral
verbally.
vote?
I'll second.
Okay. Stout second. Voting is open. Motion carries. Item number 14A, Budget and Finance. Pursuant to the Property Tax Code, Section 26.05D, propose a tax rate, or pursuant to the Property Tax Code, Section 26.05A, adopt a tax rate for El Paso County.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. John Serra, Director of Budget and Finance. All right. This is part of our FY25 budget process. So we're starting off with this chart. This chart provides an illustration of how the average homeowner's tax dollar is divided up amongst different entities by year, percentage, and rate. This tax rate chart is based on the current tax rates, as we do not have the adopted rates for the entities shown at this time. The county's tax rate made up 16.59% of the average homeowner's tax bill in 2024. And although this looks like an increase, a percentage increase compared to 23, the actual county percentage increase was only 7.65%, from our tax rate of 0.4262 to 0.4588. However, due to funds approved during the 88th legislation that are provided to school districts directly by the state, it offset their portion, reflecting a reduction for them, which will eventually increase all other taxing entities. It's just a mathematical issue here. On this slide, we're providing a comparison of our tax rates since 2015. From 2015 to 2018, county adopted the same tax rate, and then also adopted the same tax rate in 2020 and 2021. In FY23, the county adopted the no new revenue tax, which decreased our rate by about 9%. In 2024, the court adopted a 7.65% increase over 23, which was almost equal to our tax rate in 2018. In 2025, the no new revenue tax rate would decrease our rate by another 7%. By policy, we will propose the voter approval rate, and this provides the court an opportunity to consider any rate between no new revenue and voter approval rate for adoption.
John, to correct, just to clarify, we recommend you propose the voter approval rate. It is up to the court, but by your policy, we recommend you propose the voter approval rate for advertising purposes, and then you can adopt anywhere below that, but whatever you advertise, you cannot adopt above.
Right, and I think we've traditionally done that just in case something comes up, and I think it's been a best practice that we've gotten into over the years. We just have to make sure people understand that it's the ceiling. It's the most that we could go to, and I think that we've all spoken to our staff and are hoping to be able to do the no new revenue rate, but I think it's a prudent and responsible move to make sure that people understand what the ceiling is, and then we whittle down from there.
Judge, if I may?
Yes.
And I understand that this is a policy that we have to propose the voter approval rate, but then do our best to not actually adopt the voter approval rate. But our staff has been working incredibly hard to try to get us to the no new revenue. We all know that because we have these conversations with our staff. What I'm afraid of is that if we propose the voter approval rate today, that's all that the residents of El Paso are going to hear. County proposes voter approval rate, which is the highest rate allowable by law. And I think that that's going to cause a lot of anxiety in the community, especially since we did actually adopt the voter approval rate last year. So I feel, and again, I understand the rationale behind why we have this policy, but I feel that it's important that the residents of El Paso know that we are working, that our staff is working as hard as they are to try to get us to the no new revenue rate. Perhaps we can't propose the no new revenue because we're not at that stage yet where we may not be able to get to that. But maybe we can at least propose the current rate so that at least the residents know that we're not proposing the voter approval rate. And I understand that staff is not suggesting that we ultimately adopt the voter approval rate. I'm just afraid that that's not what the community is going to hear. They're going to hear that we are proposing the voter approval rate. And because we did actually adopt that last year, it's going to cause a lot of anxiety. That's my concern.
Judge, Commissioners, I tend to agree with Commissioner Holguin. It may go a long ways in harming our future plans. And if we've got a pretty good idea that we're going to be at a certain level, maybe that's the more prudent way to go. Because I agree with you. They may get the way it seems a lot of times is the media will post that, and it's sensationalized, and we're even though we know we're going to come down, in my opinion, it may damage us.
I agree. I think we should propose the current rate, which is still lower than the voter approval rate. That gives us leeway to go in between the no new revenue and the current rate, which is still 2 cents or so. Yeah, about 2 cents below the voter approval rate. I think that's prudent.
No, I don't have anything else to say. I mean, I think we should continue with tradition and policy and practice that we've done. You know, at the end, if whatever rate we adopt is the rate that we adopt. I mean, this may be a proposal, but this is just part of truth in taxation, the whole, the process that we have to go through, and just to let people know that this is the highest we could go, but we're working to not go that high. I think the message that we're working to not go that high is a strong.
My concern is really not knowing the budget yet and sort of getting ahead of it, assuming too much. And by, going with that rate, I think it allows us to come down, and then I don't feel that I'm assuming the budget before it happens. And so that concerns me that that we would not try to get the ceiling until we see the budget completely. We're able to understand our budget, and then we make the right decision. But that would be my only concern, that we go in with an assumption that it's going to be lower when we haven't even seen the budget.
What is the deadline again when we need to actually set it? September?
Yeah, so again, today's session, we're not adopting anything, it's just a
August
proposal.
26th is the deadline,
August
John.
26th?
That's the public hearing.
That's when
Yeah.
you'll have the public hearing and adopt a tax rate. Sorry, John, but that's when you will adopt a tax rate. And by today, what you propose, we then advertise and say the public hearing will be held that date.
I just think it'll go a long way with the public for them to see that we really are working hard, that our staff is working incredibly hard to try to get us to the no new revenue. I just think it'll go a long way, because we know that what's going to be reported is, if we propose the voter approval rate, we know that that's going to be reported by the media. They're not going to go into the minutia of explaining that that's the max, that's the ceiling. They're working hard to not do that. They're just going to say county proposes voter approval rate. And I
And
think
Jen,
that'll
you're-
cause a lot of unnecessary anxiety in our residents. And I think that our residents need to know how hard our staff is working, how hard Betsy and her staff are working to avoid the voter approval rate. And by proposing the current rate, at least that's something that we have to hold ourselves to.
And Betsy, you're feeling comfortable, or at least your staff is comfortable, that the current rate is
So Judge, we're
reachable?
we're building a budget as much as possible based on no new revenue. But what we have not sat down and discussed with you all is, it's included in the handout that we've given you all about the presentation, about what all we've cut to make that happen. I have not heard from you all collectively as a body, whether you all are in agreement with that, but that's generally why you want some flexibility. The no new revenue rate itself would generate over $21 million. I'm sorry, the current rate would generate $21 million more than the current, or than the no new revenue rate. I think that is more than what the court, again, I have not discussed this with you all as a group, but I think that even the current rate would generate more than what you all would possibly add back into the budget. And it's still not saying that you'll adopt the current rate. The voter approval rate would generate $35 million more than what we have projected in the budget. And so depending on if there are any things that we have cut or anything that you all want to discuss with us further after we propose to you all, it's how much flexibility you all want. And we are working hard to do a no new revenue rate budget. I think I've shared with you all some of the strategy behind that is, at a no new revenue rate budget, the tax rate would be 0.426323, and that's a little over 3 cents less than the current rate, which is also a factor when you're considering asking the voters to consider a 3-cent self-imposed tax through a GO bond election. So it's really the court discretion on how much flexibility it wants to give itself, if any.
But you think the 21 million, if we propose the current rate, would give you enough, or would give us enough flexibility?
I do. I would encourage you all to, when we go through the budget, to try to do the no new revenue rate for that bond reason, but it's absolutely your policy decision, and we'll support whatever you all decide.
Well, I would like to move that we propose the current rate.
And Betsy, I apologize, Commissioner, but Betsy, one question. In order to get to the no new revenue rate, about how much would we have to cut in millions?
We're cutting, well, from where?
From
From the current rate, it's $21.9 million less. And we have proposed and prepared a budget based on that. And to do that, and what we're going to be discussing with you all tomorrow, we've cut our capital investment allocation for the year. We've cut equipment allocations for the year. We have foregone step and COLA increases for non-collective bargaining employees for the year. There's several things that we have kept out of the budget to be able to do that. We've trimmed up some of our contingency funds, things of that nature. Oh, yes, and we made a major reduction to our economic impact fund.
What about, how is that going to affect, if we go the no new revenue rate, how's that going to affect our reserves?
Our reserve position right now, based on the budget we're building with those cuts, is about the same it was at this time last year. It's a little bit better, actually, very, very minimally.
Okay. Which means because we set the tax rate last year at the voter approval rate, that kind of gives us a little cushion from what
It let us
happened to us from the state over the smuggling cases.
It let us absorb those increased costs and paid for past investments we've made in our budget, like the increasing of the minimum wage.
Where would we be if we hadn't have done that last year?
We would be in a situation where we would absolutely need
We would
the
have
voter
less than
approval rate.
2% of our reserves if I'm not,
Yeah.
if my memory serves me
Yes.
correctly.
We would have depleted reserves completely. And we're continuing to draw down on reserves, even in this budget, even with the cuts. We're projecting a continued drawdown of our reserves.
I'm feeling okay with it, but, what happens with the state, that this is something that we can't control, like they did on the smuggling cases. At any 1 minute, they could just start doing and sending these more cases.
Arresting more or?
Yeah.
You know?
That's, apart from that, I feel comfortable with this, but that's the only unknown that I'm feeling is not.
And again, I want to emphasize, you're just proposing a rate for us to advertise, to have a public hearing.
Right.
So whatever that rate is, and we will do everything we can on our end to make sure we communicate that clearly. Whatever rate you all select, we'll work with our communications outreach to make sure that the public, or that the media helps us communicate that to the public, that this is just the ceiling. And while you go through the budget hearings, the goal is to not hit the ceiling, but it's available if needed.
And one other question. Does that take into account the 300 and some odd state prisoners we still have on the smuggling cases? That in the budget?
The budget does take into account the current operational impacts, but it does not take into account the potential that we receive OLS funding or some specific relief. We cannot bank on that. And our auditor, I don't believe, I don't want to speak for her, but I don't think she'll bank on it because it's not something that that's proven to us yet. And I wouldn't want us to bank on an unknown.
Let's see, what would be the cost of living adjustment for the employees and steps, the COLA and the step?
I believe it's
alone?
over, between COLAs and steps, it's over $10 million.
What percent COLA would that be?
3%.
3%? That takes up half of what we're cutting off, right? About?
Well, so I want to clarify the difference between cuts and adds. So what we're doing is we're cutting. We're cutting things that are normally in the budget. A new COLA or step was not ever added to the budget because we didn't have the capacity to do that. We started off with what we have in now. The steps and COLAs we've paid for in the past are in, but we didn't propose adding new because we don't have, we're trying to cut before we've even added those. We needed to cut to stay within our no new revenue rate.
I mean, we're cutting like things like CIP.
That's 14, it's normally a little over 14 million. We left $1 million in there to supplement for emergencies, but that's a $13 million cut. The economic impact fund is about $6 million. The operating equipment, which we gave to departments several years back, and it was a major improvement for us and for our departments, that's about 1.7 million, I believe. There's, you know,
I mean, this is that's, I mean, the point that the judge made, like, we're going to go over our budget tomorrow and the rest of this week. I mean, to me, it would be more responsible of us to propose propose the higher rate and then come down, and as we come down, I mean, we can still, I mean, for me, it's instead of, like, you know, putting ourselves in a possible bind, because what happens if we can't do it?
The difference, I think I mentioned this already, that the difference between current rate and voter approval rate, it's about $13 million. So current rate generates 21.9 million more in potential added income over no new revenue, and voter approval generates 35 million, correct, John?
It'd be like last year about.
So it's about a $13 million difference between the two. That's the amount of flexibility you're talking about, whether to keep for yourselves or not. It's whatever the court wants to propose, we will work with. But whatever you propose is your cap.
I don't think it's difficult to point that out.
I disagree. I think we're going to get very upset residents.
We understand that perfectly, but them up there is the
Wait, so
perception is very
voters don't
different.
understand?
Yeah, so
Well,
We can make that argument in this one, too.
Let me tell you, it's the media that's going to give it a tilt. Because they're going to say the court is proposing the
Because that's
voter
exactly
approval
what we're
rate.
doing.
Yeah.
But
I
you're
mean, we're
okay-
proposing the ceiling. I mean, we're proposing
But
the
you're
ceiling.
They're
okay
not going to explain.
not looking at the budget and then realizing that, are we, I mean, I'd rather look at the budget and then make that decision. To me, I'm not as concerned as what the board going to think. I'm more concerned with what we end up doing and then how they perceive that. But if they don't understand that we want that cushion because we haven't seen the budget, then it's hard to believe that they wouldn't give us that kind of. If I told anybody I'm doing something before I see something else, I think I'd get criticized. I mean, there's certain people who are going to criticize us, but I could not go in there saying, I don't understand something, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that I don't need to go to that higher level, and I don't know that. It's been a policy of ours.
Yeah, and
So-
you're right. This is, there's so much things up in the air
I'd
that,
rather err on the side of caution than political expediency. That's
you know what?
the last thing I'm going to say.
Y'all are right. This is just a tough position we're in. And it's because of these, you know, the hit we've taken to our budget over this last year. 35 million, Betsy, is that about right? Roughly?
From all the different impacts
Yes.
to the budget? Well, there's,
About
I-
18 million of that, more or less, is about the loss in revenue on the feds because we put in more state smuggling cases, right? Roughly?
correct.
Right.
There's been the revenue decline, the
About 20, no?
sustained
20 million?
expenses.
Yeah. I think we have a lot to talk about before we cap ourselves. So.
Yeah, I agree. It is tough this year because of that, but yeah, it wouldn't be prudent.
I agree.
Okay, so can we bring the motion back up, the original motion to approve the VAR?
I do believe we had a motion on the floor by Commissioner Olguin.
okay.
I heard a motion from Commissioner Olguin.
Yes.
Was there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
So there's a motion and a second for the current, which needs to be read in specifically in a specific way. Judge, let me tell you what, or Commissioner Olguin, let me tell you what that is.
I have my little chart. Entire thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the motion would be to propose a property tax rate for El Paso County of 0.45889 per $100 assessed value for the 2024 tax year, which consists of a rate of 0.408685 per $100 assessed value for a maintenance and operations of the county, and a rate of 0.050204 per $100 assessed value for payment of the principal and interest on the debt of the county.
Are we going to do it verbally or?
Could you read those numbers again, please, Commissioner Holguin?
Yes, so the current rate, 0.458889 per 100 assessed value, which consists of a rate of 0.408685 per $100 assessed value for M&O, and a rate of 0.050204
050204.
per 100 assessed value for payment of principal and interest.
Commissioner, I think on the first set of numbers you read in, an additional 8.
That's right, the 3/8 is right.
It is the 3/8?
Yeah.
Yeah,
458889.
yes. Sorry, I don't know if that's what I read or not, but yes, 0.458889.
By Commissioner Leon. Open. Vote. Oh, there it is. The motion fails.
Okay, so then can we make the motion for to propose the tax rate, the ceiling at the voter approval rate?
So that would be the exact same wording that Commissioner Olguin just read, but with a total rate of, Judge, you have the language for that one.
0.478306 per 100
Yes,
dollar.
with an M&O portion of 0.428102.
0.428102. And
What they have on the screen is correct.
Do you want this?
no,
The
I
judge-
can see it here.
The judge on the system has made that motion?
Yeah, could you, because he's making the motion, let me
It's
second
fine,
it.
it's fine. If you want to make the motion, that's fine.
We need did we get a second?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Coronado.
Coronado seconded.
Commissioner Stout seconds.
I'm just going to say that in the past 11 years, I voted in this way, like you all voted. But I think this year is so different. And perception is so important in my eyes in this election. And I think we're damaging ourselves. That's just my perception. Hopefully I'm wrong.
The motion carries. Could we have
Thank you.
the entire sheet read, though? That, I believe it needs to be part of the record, not just the numbers. We need to have the
Would that be
entire.
handed here?
Yeah, read,
Yes.
you want to read it, Judge?
It's a motion to propose a property tax rate for El Paso County of 0.478306 per 100 assessed value for the 2024 tax year, which consists of a rate of 0.428102 per 100 assessed value for maintenance and operations of the county, and a rate of 0.050204 per 100 assessed value for the payment of the principal and interest on the debt of the county. Need to read the rest of the? Further, schedule and publish notice for a public hearing to receive public comment on the proposed tax rate as follows. The public hearing is to be held on Monday, August the 26th, 2024, at 9:30 a.m. in the Commissioners Court Chambers, 3rd floor, room 303, El Paso County Courthouse, 500 East San Antonio Avenue. Please note that the public has two options in which to participate in the public hearing. Members of the public may attend in person at the El Paso County Courthouse, as noted earlier, or members of the public may participate and address the governmental body via telephone or video conference. To participate in the public hearing, please call 888-835-7276 or 888-8-ELPASO. Agendas will continue to be posted online at https://elpasocounty.primegovernment.com/public/portal. To watch online, please visit. So it's www.you or youtube.com/at El Paso County Commissioners Court /STREAMS.
I just wanted to correct the motion. The motion was made by Judge Samaniego. It was seconded by Commissioner Coronado. The ayes were the judge, Commissioner Stout, Commissioner Coronado, and voting no were Commissioner Holguín and Commissioner Leon. Before we go into executive session, we need to ask for a motion to delete item number 15B from executive session and the corresponding regular session item 16A. I have a motion from Judge Samaniego and a second from Commissioner Stout. Voting is open. Motion carries. Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 15A and 15C pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.072 and 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are not eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the Pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the County of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground, swings,
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the sway fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID. And I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. And there's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where, as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things I think about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and they're roped off and you can't really go in. You kind of have to see them from afar. And that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you would like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your screen.
stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Azcárate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Azcárate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the Pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Azcárate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Azcárate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the County of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
We are at El Paso's largest All Abilities Playground. This is a project that has been many years in the making.
But I just wanted to say thank you again, and this has been a beautiful project, and everyone in the community is so excited.
You know, this is a great partnership between the organization Moms on Board, the nonprofit, the County of El Paso, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department.
Together, we created the plan of having 3 All Abilities parks instead of just 1, so that we could have reach all corners of the county. So there's the first one that opened was Gallegos Park in the far west, and far east was Reisinger in Fabens, and this one finally today, Central Azcárate.
1, 2, 3.
The flooring is also specially made and conducive to folks with different types of abilities, and so you know, we've got slides. I mean, it's a great playground. Swings.
There you go. Ready?
The amenities and the play structures are more inclusive. They allow for wheeled devices to be utilized. So for example, this one over here, the sway fun, it's a seesaw, but a child or a person who's using a wheelchair does not need to exit their wheelchair. They can wheel into it and experience the fun.
And I really want to thank everyone for making this happen. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
What do you think of the park?
It's very good, obviously, and I kind of like it.
Great. Well, are you going to go play?
Yeah.
All right. Have fun. Have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what this is all about, right? Caden and his classmates at Riverside Elementary who joined us today.
It just opens that communication and that community. Kids without disabilities will not, their play isn't impacted with now having kids with disabilities come and join them. So it opens up that dialogue, it opens up that relationship and that communication, and more importantly, that understanding of everybody in our humanity.
Walk around a day without your identification and see how many times you reach for your wallet, and if you don't have it, what you cannot do. Very excited, happy, and proud that this project has finally come to fruition.
Because this is an initiative that the county started working on along with Border Network for Human Rights many, many years ago, almost 10 years ago.
I know the government works slow, but we persevered and we didn't give up.
We did have to talk to all of our community partners to make sure that this library card would be accepted as a form of ID. And I'm really happy to report that everyone understands why this program is important.
It's a very good program that came over here, especially here in Fabens. The community needs something like this to be enhanced and for everybody to know, and it will help all of us.
But you have different communities who just can't get that state-issued ID, but because they have access to this enhanced library card, they'll be able to engage in a lot of activities that they wouldn't be able to otherwise.
This is going to help people access banking services, healthcare, medical services. It'll help folks with schools, with libraries.
You've got folks who need to be able to get copies of their kids' birth certificates from the county clerk, who can now use this ID to do that as well. You have people who maybe don't have an ID and so are afraid to report that they've been the victim of a crime to police because they know that the police might ask them for ID. So now having this enhanced library card will give them that security that they know they can call and ask the police for help.
This is a great example of a partnership that we have with the city. We can do more of these, I think, if we try. We are providing one more level of inclusivity for all of the residents here in El Paso. That's what I think the county has espoused, the value of being inclusive, and this, I think, embodies that.
I bet you've heard about Route 66, but what about the Mission Trail? It may be only 9 miles long, but it's a very special part of the area near El Paso, and it might just be a fun vacation for the entire family. El Paso County Commissioner of Precinct 13, Ileana Holguin, joins me this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
No, thank you, Daryl, for the invitation.
El Paso. I've heard about El Paso, I've never been, but now I want to hear from you everything I can about El Paso.
And that's why we're here, because we want to invite people to come and get to know El Paso. Specifically, we're kicking off the tourist season along the Mission Trail, which, like you said, is a 9-mile stretch of road encompassing 3 historic missions. These missions represent about 350 years of our culture, our history, our traditions. On any given weekend, you can still see weddings being performed, quinceañeras, the Tigua cultural dancers. So these are still active missions that are very much a part of the community. We have wonderful art galleries there if you like art. We've got great restaurants, a brewery, cafes, and of course the Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, which offers free concerts every single weekend.
So I must say, El Paso has to be a must-visit destination because they don't make documentaries about anything nowadays. And there's a documentary that was just made about El Paso.
Yeah, we're very proud of all of the national attention that El Paso is receiving. And just to mention some more recognitions that we're very, very proud of. So for 2023, Texas Travel Magazine named the Mission Trail the best historic site in Texas. And one of the small communities located along the Mission Trail, San Elizario, the city of San Elizario, which is home to the Presidio Chapel of San Elizario, was named the best historic small town in America for 2023 by USA Today.
And what's special that you guys, I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of things that are going to be happening over the summer, but there's some special stuff that'll be happening this summer.
Well, on any third Sunday of the month, folks can come down to San Elizario, where we have an art market. We have a lot of wonderful, wonderful local artists who will show off all of their artistry. We also have a reenactment of Billy the Kid breaking into what was then the El Paso County Jail to break out a friend of his from jail. So we have some local actors who do a reenactment. And it's just a very fun environment. There's a lot to do, a lot to see. You can walk around, of course, explore the chapel. We also have a lot of great restaurants and new businesses that have opened up. So for example, near the Socorro Mission in Socorro, Texas, we have a new brewery, we have a cafe, we have some great restaurants. And then if you want to go to the Isleta Mission, that's where it's located right next to Speaking Rock Entertainment Center, where as I mentioned, they have a lot of free concerts. You also have a lot of Tigua pottery, so that's the home of the Isleta del Sur Pueblo. So you have a lot of native pottery there. They bake their bread fresh in the oven, so you can see how bread is baked in the old tradition. So it's just really great. There's plenty for everyone to enjoy.
It sounds like it's a lot of history, but you guys have incorporated a lot of entertainment to bring that into learning history about El Paso.
Definitely. So we're really proud of our heritage and our traditions. And one of the neatest things I think about the missions is that they're still very active parts of our community. So a lot of times you go to historical places and you know they're roped off and you can't really go in, you kind of have to see them from afar, and that's not the case with our missions. With our missions, they're still very active. So Mass is still held there on Sundays.
Okay, so for someone who's never been to El Paso, what's the perfect blueprint to really enjoy El Paso for the first time?
Well, we have so much to do. We have so many attractions. So definitely, we want to start with the Mission Trail. We want to invite everyone to come out to the Mission Trail, but we also have water parks. We also have a baseball stadium. So we have a lot to do in El Paso. And I think a lot of times El Paso is, folks kind of drive through El Paso on their way to somewhere else, but it's just so worth it to stop for a few days and spend time in El Paso. We definitely want El Paso to become a destination city.
Commissioner Ileana Holguin, thank you so much for joining me this morning.
Thank you for the invitation.
If you would like to learn more information about El Paso or planning your vacation to this amazing destination, you can go to the website you see on your screen.
current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 4th of July. We are Frecuencia. Somebody make some noise.
So today we are celebrating the 4th of July here at Ascarate Park. We're in a couple of hours. Once it gets dark, we'll have a beautiful fireworks display for the community. You know, Ascarate Park is the heart of El Paso County. This is our county park where families for generations have loved to come and play and fish. So we're really happy to be able to open up the park on the 4th of July. So hopefully if there's families out there that weren't able to make it this year, we definitely want to invite them to join us next year.
This year, we're doing our VIP event, which I'm standing in front of right now, here at the Pavilion, our special events area. It's the first time we've done it here. So it's where you get your own personal table. You have areas where you can play games. We have blow-up slides for the children. We even have a movie indoors if the kids would prefer to watch a movie over fireworks. But the tickets for our VIP area this year were $45 for adults, and that provided a brisket dinner. And then for the rest of the public, not at the VIP event, we have multiple food trucks over here at the special events area on our lawn. If you have not been to a fireworks show in Ascarate Park, come on out. It's a fun time. People are enjoying it. You know, parks are a place of democracy where we all, you know, all walks of life are coming together and sharing. So that's kind of the beauty of it here on Independence Day.
Today is the 4th of July of this year, 2024. I was not knowing what to do here in El Paso as a new resident. And I looked into some resources. I was able to discover that here in Ascarate Park, they had a great fireworks event. As a new resident here to the county of El Paso, I'm quite impressed. I feel very comfortable. I'm very grateful that we have something like this existing, you know, where I'm here with my 3 boys, you know, we're in a safe environment. I can't ask for more. Feliz Día de Independencia. Happy Independence Day, El Paso.
Judicial.
Go ahead.
See? See?
Commissioners' Court has reconvened into regular open session. We have completed the items. Item 16A has been deleted, but we do need to ask for a motion to reconsider item number 4V from the consent agenda. Item 4V is grant award, approve and authorize the county judge to accept the Texas Office of the Governor, Homeland Security's Grant Division Statement of Grant Award number 522281 for the Region 1 Border Prosecution Unit, supplemental funding, El Paso District Attorney's Office in the amount of $1,170,000 from September 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2025. There is no county match required. Contract number 2024-0621. If we could have a motion to reconsider the item, please. Motion from Judge Samaniego, a second from Commissioner Leon. The voting is open. Motion carries. And the correction to the item is just in the portion that says Statement of Grant Award. The number actually should be 5222801. And so if I may read it one more time, as corrected, item 4B should read Grant Award. Approve and authorize the county judge to accept the Texas Office of the Governor, Homeland Security Grants Division Statement of Grant Award number 5222801 for the Region 1 Border Prosecution Unit Supplemental Funding, El Paso District Attorney's Office in the amount of $1,170,000 from September 1st, 2023 through August 31st, 2025. There is no county match required. Contract number 2024-0621. If we could have a motion to approve as corrected, please. Motion from Commissioner Coronado and a second from Commissioner Holguin. Voting is open. And motion carries. And this now completes all the items on our agenda, Judge.
Thank you. You know, I don't think we clearly recognize our translators back there. It is very difficult task. And it just, thank you very much for what you do. Thank you. And everybody else have a great week. See you everybody tomorrow at the budget sessions.
This concludes today's meeting at 5:46 p.m.